All right, good morning and welcome to the October 3rd public hearing and public meeting of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. We'll begin this morning by taking attendance. I'll ask our Deputy Counsel John Weiss to call the roll.
Chair Carroll.
Here.
Vice Chair Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Chu.
Here.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Holford Smith. Commissioner Jefferson.
Here.
Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Master.
All right, good morning again and welcome. October 3rd public hearing, public meeting of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. This morning, we are going to be beginning the agenda with a public meeting, a set of public meeting items from the research department, proposing items for calendaring. And then we will move to a public hearing agenda to review applications for work on designated properties. And this meeting is being held in person in our public hearing room. It is also being held on our Zoom website or Zoom webinar. So if you'd like to join that, you may do so by going to our website and then you will find the information. And it is also being live streamed on our YouTube channel for those who would just like to watch the proceedings. So with that, I will turn it over to Kate Lemos-McHale to kick off our agendas for today.
Thank you, Sarah. Item number 1 this morning is LP 2675, the Barkin, Levin and Company Office Pavilion at 12-12 33rd Avenue in Queens, Block 522, Lot 29 in part. Item proposed for the Commission's calendar is a single-story commercial building built in the mid-20th century modern style by architect Ulrich Franzen in 1957 to 58, and presenting is Matt Postal.
Good morning. Okay. The Barkin, Levin and Company Office Pavilion is a distinguished example of mid-20th century modern architecture designed by Ulrich Franzen. Of particular interest is the pavilion's unusual structural system, 9 concrete pillars that support umbrella-like ceiling vaults that project beyond glass walls, shading the brick paths and interiors. The former Barkin Levin Office Pavilion is in Long Island City, Queens, at the corner of 33rd Avenue between 12th and 13th Streets. Ulrich Franzen designed the pavilion as part of a factory complex that was constructed in 1957-1958. Born in Dusseldorf, Germany, he immigrated to the United States in 1936. Franzen attended Williams College and the Harvard Graduate School of Design, where his classmates included I.M. Pei, Victor Lundy, and Paul Rudolph. Following graduation, he worked with Pei for 5 years, establishing his own architectural firm in 1955. He received the Barkin Levin Commission in 1956 and filed for a building permit in early 1957. The complex was completed in September 1958. Barkin Levin, a successful New York City manufacturer of women's coats, was founded by Dan W. Barkin, David Barkin, and William Prockelsheimer in 1926. Under the trademark Lassie Maid, the company produced various women's, misses, and small women's coats. With a showroom in Manhattan's Midtown Garment District, the new Queens factory was conceived as, quote, the first major plant in the garment industry, close quote, to incorporate all stages of production. More than 2,000 buyers, fellow manufacturers, union officials, suppliers, and associates attended the November 1958 opening. This graceful, minimalist structure was the factory's architectural highlight. With basically a square footprint, the glazed walls and floating cantilever roof expressed a stylish, modern sensibility that reflected the company's concern for fashion and the welfare of its employees. To illustrate, and I quote again, a well-designed single-story ranch-type plant, the pavilion was featured in the August 1958 proposal to modify the New York City zoning resolution, and that image is at the left, as well as in various newspapers and trade journals, such as Women's Wear Daily, The Architectural Record, and Progressive Architecture. Bethlehem Steel, which supplied the building's steel framing, in advertisements praised the distinctive steel umbrellas, which it said created, and again I quote, a unique setting in which to work. In November 1958, the Queens Chamber of Commerce awarded the Barkin Levin factory first prize in the industrial class. Among the 10 prize winners, only the office pavilion was illustrated in the New York Times. Despite receiving considerable attention in the press, within 2 years, the coat factory had closed and the complex was leased to the Structural Display Company, a designer and fabricator of exhibition displays and commercial fixtures. In subsequent years, each edition of the AIA Guide to New York City Architecture documented the building's importance, including a photograph of the office pavilion, which was variously described as crisp and sophisticated, as well as poorly maintained. The current owner refurbished the Barkin Levin office pavilion in 2009, reversing an unfortunate addition to the more visible north facade that was for many years enclosed the cantilevered roof and brick pathway. And that addition is marked with the arrow in the center slide. When it was refurbished, a new steel glass and entrance foyer and an inconspicuous rear extension was added to the building's south facade. The proposed landmark site includes the office pavilion at the corner of 33rd Avenue and 12th Street and the lawns surrounding it. Shown here in red, it is located in the northwest corner of the large tax lot that includes the former Barkin Levin factory building, a windowless structure to the south. The north and the west boundaries of the proposed landmark site follow the lot lines. The east boundary, illustrated in the center image, looking south, is the yellow curb that divides the landscaped area from the paved parking area, and the south boundary is the edge of the lawn at the existing factory wall. A one-story connecting corridor, which is visible on the far right, is non-contributing. A little-known architectural gem in Western Queens, the research department recommends that the commission vote to calendar the Barkin Levin office pavilion for consideration as an individual landmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Any commissioners, any questions for Matt or Kate? Yes, Vice Chair Bland.
No question, but a comment, 2 comments. This is proof that landmarks are lurking all around us everywhere in the city still after all these years of having a landmarks commission. This is an amazing building. I never knew about it. Secondly, Sarah just told me that Ulrich Franzen was once a commissioner on this commission. So it's a challenge to us architects on this commission to have our landmark, to have our buildings landmarked in the future.
I have a question, a technical question about the structure. And you were showing a slide where there was the steel frame for the umbrella support. It's interesting to see that because a lot of these buildings done in concrete did not use that amount of steel in them, and curious about this, the system and the engineering behind this, and if what's unusual about it, because it does seem to be a mix of structural types. The completely steel
I'm
supported.
not sure at this point I know that much about it.
Okay.
But basically, it's a steel
A steel frame.
building, and The roof,
Interesting.
the ceiling that you see, I forget what it's made of, but
Right.
it's some kind of a paneling system that disguises the steel frame.
Yeah.
He did this in many of his private homes as well.
Yeah, right. He also did a landmarked building, one of the first theaters in Houston, the Alley Theater, which I know very well, and it looks nothing like this. So it's unusual to see his styles. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. A very organic shaped theater, concrete, beautiful. Thank you.
Great. Other questions or comments?
The gem.
It's a gem. It is truly a gem. You come down the street and you are surrounded by, one-story, very utilitarian factory buildings. And, to the east, there is the beginning of some residential neighborhoods, but really this street is very utilitarian and industrial, and you come up to it as a kind of a surprise. There's a little turn on the road, and it really does just look like a gem. And it's remarkable that such design effort was put into this building at that time and in this context. And so I'm delighted it's here today. We have been working with the owners who are planning a large development on the site to the south, on the portion of the site to the south. And their intention from the beginning has been to protect and highlight this building. And as we've seen in the presentation, they've already reversed some unsympathetic changes. And so we're really delighted that they're treating this building so carefully. And I expect that we will hear from them during the hearing process on that development and how it relates to this site that we're proposing today. Yes, Commissioner Goldblum.
Sorry, I was late, but is this view from outside of the designated area in that parking lot?
Yes.
And this is what's considered the front of the building?
Yes.
So I guess my question is, why wouldn't we protect this view by including it within the boundary of the designated site? Because if it could theoretically have a development portion on it, it could render that view.
Yeah. The development is actually to the south. The site is much larger to the south, and that's where the development will take place. It is a development that's going through a rezoning that will require waivers, and I think will limit and restrict future development. It will be limited to the southern end of the site. Yes, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that I was glad that you're doing the surround of the building, because it's obviously very important to this particular structure and the way you're going to see it in its landscape frame. So that's staff is to be congratulated on the proposal altogether.
Yeah, Commissioner Ginsburg.
Are they going to transfer the air rights from this building to that development, or
It's their own development.
Right.
So they're going to be using their development
one
rights.
zoning lot? So it's actually,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
And I think we'll hear more from them about it during the hearing process.
I think it's also an interesting case of a structure that was done during that time, typical of a lot of industrial structures that were done in this part of Queens. I read somewhere that in that decade, 60% of the new buildings in New York City were in Queens, and this was one of those structures. But that whole area, as we all know, is completely changed. To protect a few of these important structures of that time, I think is also.
It's changing as we speak,
Yeah.
and you're starting to see new developments in the
Right.
neighborhood around it. And so I think having this protected
Yeah.
in the midst of that change is a really significant time to do this now. It's important. Okay. So if there are no other questions, I would urge that we make a motion to calendar this. Vice Chair Bland, would you like to make that motion?
Fine.
We just have to say a motion.
Oh.
So moved.
So moved. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so this is calendared for, and we'll have a public hearing in the near future. Okay, thank you, Matt.
Okay, item number 2 this morning is LP 2676, the Modulightor Building at 246 East 58th Street in Manhattan, block 1331, lot 128. Item proposed for the commission's calendar is a 5-story mixed-use structure designed in a late 20th century modern style by architect Paul Rudolph in 1989. And presenting is Matt Postal.
An important work by the innovative American architect Paul Rudolph, the Modulightor Building was designed in 1989. Constructed in 2 distinct phases, the lower 4 floors were completed in 1993, 4 years before the architect's death. The Modulightor Building is located in Manhattan on 246 East 58th Street, slightly west of 2nd Avenue. Rudolph was a leading and sometimes controversial figure in American architecture during the latter half of the 20th century. Born in Kentucky, he attended Auburn University and the Harvard Graduate School of Design, where he developed a modern sculptural aesthetic using industrial materials like concrete and steel. Rudolph moved his thriving practice to Manhattan at the height of his career in the mid-1960s when he headed the Yale School of Architecture. During this period of his career, he designed many important buildings, including the Jewett Art Center, Tuskegee University Chapel, and the Yale School of Art and Architecture, now known as Rudolph Hall. Though some of his projects in the metropolitan area remained unrealized, 2 of his Manhattan buildings are New York City landmarks: the Paul Rudolph Penthouse and Apartments at 23 Beekman Place, and the so-called Halston House at 101 East 63rd Street, which is part of the Upper East Side Historic District. Rudolph purchased the property in February 1989. He and Ernst Wagner, who co-founded the Modulightor Lighting Company in 1975, developed a plan to rebuild the structure as a sales showroom and residential space. Located on a standard 20 by 100 foot lot, the Modulightor Building replaced an 1860s row house that had been substantially remodeled into a commercial structure by the early 1960s. During the first phase of construction, Rudolph acted as his own contractor. In 1990, he and Wagner moved their offices into the unfinished building. The Department of Buildings issued a certificate of occupancy for the cellar, first floor, and mezzanine in May of 1993. Under architect Mark Squio, who worked in Rudolph's office during the early 1990s, a second phase of construction was begun in 2010. Based on Rudolph's original drawings, seen at left, this phase added 2 floors and was completed in 2018. The Modulightor Building's remarkable front and rear elevations are composed of intersecting and overlapping horizontal and vertical rectangles of varying projection and size. The painted steel I-beams and glass panels form jigsaw-like screens that recall the De Stijl movement, Russian constructivism, and Mies van der Rohe, as well as Rudolph's own Milan residence of 1959 to 1961. Other noteworthy architectural features include a multi-level roof deck and 4 cantilevered steel balconies that face a raised rear patio. Named for the architectural lighting company Rudolph founded with Wagner in 1975, the Modulightor Building contains a ground floor commercial space as well as a duplex apartment and exhibition space, which is owned and occupied by the Paul Rudolph Institute for Modern Architecture, formerly known as the Paul Rudolph Heritage Foundation. The research department recommends that the commission vote to calendar the Modulightor Building for consideration as an individual landmark.
Thank you, Matt. All right, questions? Yes, Commissioner Goldblum.
Yeah. Can I ask you to just clarify the nature of the ownership and access to the building or to that apartment that you were just talking about?
The building has 2 entrances. The entrance on the right leads to the commercial space, and the entrance on the left leads to a somewhat long hallway that accesses an elevator that's somewhat near the center of the building.
And but you'd said that the apartment was owned by an organization or an institution.
Right, it was conceived as two rental apartments, and the two rental apartments were ultimately merged, and it's now the Institute's space.
So is that space accessible to the public?
It is at times, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think it's
Yes, Commissioner Chu.
maybe one of the only publicly accessible Paul Rudolph buildings that there are.
Yeah, and I think we've also been looking and talking about the interior as well. And Kate can tell you, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, we have been looking at both the exterior and the interior with our 30-year mark for how we sort of have some historical distance. And that's also a criteria for designation. This building was, the first part of it was built and had a certificate of occupancy by 1993. So we're at that mark for the building. We're not quite there for the apartment interior.
I toured this apartment interior, toured by the owners. A, they're immensely proud of this space. B, it is completely untouched. And it is a perfect integration of inside and outside, and a perfect expression of his design ethos. And landmarking the outside without the inside is kind of half the baby. And it's great to hear that that's in the works.
That's in the works too. We just have to wait until it's eligible.
And they love showing it. They were so proud to show it. And it's full of designs that he made in the store. It's just such a kind of Gesamtwerk, or however you pronounce that. It's really just a very amazing place.
The work that was done after Rudolph's passing, was that after the 93? And that was interior work?
It added the top two
The
floors.
top two floors, right?
Following his design. Yeah.
Okay.
Just question,
Yes.
what does that mean in terms of what is protected?
In terms of the entire, in this case, tax lot, and which includes the building
Right.
in the round, would be designated and would be under our jurisdiction. And in terms of eligibility, as with many buildings that were sort of built in phases, we have to find that they are 30 years from the original C of O.
Right.
So that's how it's eligible, but the entire building would be protected.
Right. And just then the key is that a part of the building is 30 years old.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And that's
So that's all you need is that hook is a part of the building is at least 30 years old. And then once you get, then you can take the.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay, that clarifies.
Right.
But the accessibility issue is still, I don't quite understand that. It's privately owned.
So the interior, because it is open to the public on occasion for tours, would meet our criteria for customarily accessible to the public. But the interior space at this point doesn't meet our criteria for age.
But accessibility is what would, I'm just thinking of the clock tower building and the space way up in and the problems.
I mean, the key is that the space has to be customarily open and accessible to the public. So to the extent that the foundation continues to, welcome the public on a sort of regular and periodic basis, it would meet the criteria for accessibility.
Not to pursue this too much because I'm a huge Rudolph fan and I hope this happens, but the foundation could sell the space and to a private owner, and that could be a residence at that point.
You mean tomorrow?
No, after it's designated.
Yes, that's always the case with every interior
And then-
market can be sold, right?
And then do we,
Well, like with the clock tower, our jurisdiction would remain. Accessibility is a different, a more complicated question.
okay.
But it would remain an interior landmark, even if sold to a private owner.
And that's what happened to Clock Tower? I just forgot about that.
Yes, correct.
I was recused on that.
They don't have a designated lobby. Oh, the Osborne, you're thinking of Osborne. Okay, so if we all agree, Commissioner Goldblum, would you make the motion? Just
Gladly.
so move.
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Chapin, would you second the motion?
Gladly. And I too, really, it's so important that we try to do the interior. Thank you. Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so this is officially calendared as well, and we'll hold public hearings on both of these items in the very near future.
Okay, our third item this morning is LP 2673, the Old Croton Aqueduct Walk Scenic Landmark at 2200 Aqueduct Avenue in the Bronx. The item proposed for the commission's calendar is a New York City park located on top of a section of the 1842 Old Croton Aqueduct designed by John B. Jervis. The proposed landmark site is a slight adjustment this morning, which is why we're back to talk about this. And it includes the following tax lots: Block 3210, lots 1 and 7, Block 3211, lot 1 in part, Block 3212, lots 1, 67, and 71, Block 3213, lots 27, 48, 49, and 70, Block 3214, lot 33, and Block 3215, lot 31. Commissioners, the proposed Bronx Croton Aqueduct Scenic Landmark was calendared for consideration on August 15th due to its incredible layered significance as the first direct water source to New York City and its long history as a public promenade and park. This life-sustaining, gravity-powered engineering marvel allowed the city to develop at an explosive rate. And after its construction, the walkway atop the aqueduct became a beloved path and open space for New Yorkers. Today, we're proposing a minor administrative revision to the calendared boundary to accurately list all lots included within the proposed boundary in advance of our public hearing, and to slightly adjust the southern boundary to avoid overlap with privately owned lots. And here is the proposed landmark site. As calendared, it follows the boundary of the park, which was obtained from the Department of Parks and Recreation from their open data. Further analysis revealed that this boundary overlaps 3 privately owned lots, 2 partial lots and 1 sliver near West Burnside Avenue at its south end, and that a few additional city-owned lots within the boundary need to be listed as part of the calendared properties. And so these 2 areas of refinement are shown here at West Fordham Road, which is shown with A, and West Burnside Avenue, which is B. So here we are at West Fordham Road. There are 2 pairs of narrow lots bordering the walkway within the park. And those are proposed to be included within the calendared lots. 2 are owned by the Parks Department. Those are north of West Fordham Road, and 2 are owned by the Department of Environmental Protection south of West Fordham Road. And those have access points into the aqueduct embankment itself. And then you can see those here. So this is looking north, and those sliver lots are really just along the side of the public walkway and kind of, include the view that you see from it. On the west side, lot 49, there is another public walkway. And so we thought those should be included, as well as to the south, looking south again on either side of the public walkway and part of the view as one is promenading along the aqueduct. So to the south, these are owned by the Department of Environmental Protection, who we've spoken to about these. And then a final sliver lot that's just at the boundary at the south end. It's currently containing some city bikes, but for continuity, we thought best to include it. And then we have a slight modification to the actual outline of the proposed landmark site here at the south end, which is due to its interaction with adjacent privately owned lots. Scenic landmarks must be city-owned. And so even though the park boundary overlaps a little bit the rear yards of lot 59 and 65, we are proposing to remove that part from the scenic landmark boundary. And we think that can happen really without losing the characteristic feel of this walkway and the actual historic aqueduct within that boundary. So lots 59 and 65 would not be included. And lot 2, I'll show you a picture in a moment, just has kind of a defunct gas station building. And so while that is part of the park boundary, it's privately owned. And so we would propose to remove that from our boundary. And so these are just some views looking along there. So it's kind of this rear yard area off to the left of the walkway, which is mostly lot 59. And then this is the sort of very southern end that we would remove. And so, you know, we think this is really just an administrative adjustment going forward with really no change to protecting the incredible significance of this site.
Great. Thank you, Kate. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Chen.
I didn't know the scenic landmark must be city-owned land.
Yes, the scenic landmark.
What's the rationale behind that?
Mark, the scenic landmarks must be city-owned under the law.
Yeah, Michigan. Requires it.
All right. Any other questions?
It seemed like some of the extra pieces you were showing in the beginning, especially at the intersection, were providing accessibility down because there's a slope that gets underneath the overpass, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. And those were always included in the boundary, but we didn't cite that the specific lot numbers because we didn't understand they were separate lots, but they are city owned, so they can stay within the boundaries. So there's no change to the boundary we proposed. We're just noting the specific lots for the record.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there are no other questions, we'll go ahead and make a motion to calendar the adjusted boundaries. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make?
So moved.
Commissioner Chen, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so those boundaries are adjusted and we'll be having that hearing again sometime this fall. Okay, thank you very much. And we'll now move to our Preservation Department agenda and we'll turn it over to Director of Preservation, Corey Harala.
Hey, thank you, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. Start today's Preservation Department agenda with public hearing item number 1. LPC 23-11456, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 1947, lot 36, 35 Clifton Place in the Clinton Hill Historic District. This is a transitional Italianate neo-Greek style row house designed by Benjamin Linnekin and built in 1876. And the application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and replace windows.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Hi, Brendan Coburn, for 35 Clifton Place, I'm the architect for the project. This is there are two primary components to this proposal. One is a rooftop addition. It's really added 2/3 of a floor and a rear yard oriel window and some changes to the rear yard fenestration. And it is in the Clinton Hill Historic District. It is on Clifton Place, which is a block of sort of primarily 3-story or 2-story plus garden floor brownstones. And this is the, do I have a pointer? Does this work?
Oh, this thing. Aha. This is the site right here. This is the green is telling us that these are all the 3-story buildings. This orangish color is the 4th stories. This is our lot. This building has a 4th floor, a 3rd floor, I should say, really. And then this is a project that we did a couple of years ago where we added a 3rd floor to this project as well. You can see the other side of the street has more 5-story buildings. Sorry, 3-story buildings. These are the low ones are the green and the orange ones are the taller ones. And that's Higgins Hall over there, just for orientation at Pratt University. This is just some context for some historic photos. This is the existing condition of the back of the house. This is the existing condition of the front of the house. This is the original condition. This is the 1980s tax photo. As part of this project, we are restoring this facade, but that is not part of this hearing, I don't believe. For further context, we are, the boundary of the historic district is right here. This is our project right here. Here is Higgins Hall. These are some towers in the neighborhood that are in the background, in the skyline of our building. This is just zeroing in a bit more. Again, existing front facade, some context photos. This is just showing the Ryerson Tower in the background. So these towers that are on a block away on Lafayette are quite tall and have a presence here here on this block, but not significant, not too bad. This is our building here. One in from the corner building, which has a peculiar sort of projection storefront. So this is our project in a nutshell. This is sort of the best drawing to explain the two components of our project. The first part is the 3rd-story addition that we are adding up here. We are setting it back from the front facade, and we are also angling it up so that its visibility from directly across the street is nil. There's visibility of it from Grand Street here. And then on the rear facade, we have obviously the same rooftop extension is visible here. It's set back the required 3 feet. And then we also have the oriel window, which is projecting about 2.5, a little under 3 feet, only on the parlor floor. And those are the two primary components of the project. This again, the real visibility of this project is seeing the back of this from along Grand Avenue over the rooftops of some commercial buildings on Grand. This is the existing and proposed facade. So you're seeing the rooftop extension and the solar panels and air conditioning units, which are of course visible and on a straight on elevation, but minimally visible in reality from across the street. This is a little color rendering of that. These are the materials, the typical brownstone restoration and stucco. The side walls, the bearing walls or the party walls on our extension will be an extension of the brick. They will be load bearing. They extend up on top of the bearing wall, 2 widths of brick. This is our front visibility study. So you can see that our landmarks person standing across the street can't really see this from straight across the street, but you'll see shortly that there's visibility from up the block or up Grand Street. I would note that our addition here, this is just showing the existing roof line. So we're removing the roof so that we can depress our building as much as possible and sit at atop the ceiling joists of the existing top floor of the house. That's one of the ways we can get this thing pretty low, is by not putting it atop the cock loft. We are putting it atop the ceiling. There's the existing condition up there, some air conditioning equipment. The picture on the left is looking to the east, and you're seeing the Ryerson Tower over there. And the picture on the right is looking to the
The picture on the right looks east, the picture on the left looks west. This is just a site plan for reference. You're seeing the rooftop addition, solar panels and the rear yard work, the location, of the air conditioning equipment, and then a green roof at the front of the roof portion of the rooftop addition. Plans, existing condition for the row. Proposed condition. Existing and proposed. This is our these are our mock-up photos. So that this stick here is the top most visible point of the air conditioning condensing units on the roof in the proposed scheme. The rest of the mock-up describes the location of the roof and the four walls. So these are now the studies of visibility. So there's no visibility at this angle. As you move a little further away, you start to get a little bit of visibility shown here in orange. So that I should just point out that this is the sort of tower. St. James Tower is sort of visible in the background when the weather when the trees drop their leaves. These are the two towers. There's really almost no visibility of our thing. We have a little drawing here. Yeah, there's a little teeny bit of visibility right over here. And this view is again from across Grand Avenue. And then we ghosted in all of this stuff because we didn't have any winter photos, so we had to sort of ghost in our building, sort of describe better that visibility from across the street when the leaves are dropped. So hopefully that's clear. And now this is the visibility from the rear building, which is really where the sort of principal visibility of this addition is. So this is just looking from up on Lafayette and Grand. This is the mock-up, what that'll look like when it's in place. This little bit of gray bit and that thing is the gray bit is the photovoltaic panels, and the dot to the right is the air conditioning unit. And then you can see we're proposing the brick party walls and then the lead-coated copper cladding for the rear facade. So the mock-up again, this is from sort of advancing down Grand Street towards the site. So we're getting a little more visibility here. And then this is moving across Lafayette. So we're outside of the district, although I understand that part doesn't matter much, but at any rate, this is the visibility from outside the district looking in. So it is certainly visible. And there it is with the mock-up. I mean, sorry, that's the rendering. And then this is just a visibility study from within the district. Photos 2 and 3. See, there is no visibility when you're walking down that side of the street. And now this is visibility from our block. So this is the existing. This is head on. Okay, that was the extent of the rooftop visibility. At the end, I have a photograph of the other extension that we made that is pretty much identical to this up the block at 11 Clifton Place, where you'll see that there is no visibility now that it's been built, except for like a little teeny piece of chimney. So this is the rear elevation. We're looking at the proposed removal of material of the rear wall. This is just some photographs from inside this particular donut. These images are across from our property. So the other side of the street on Lafayette is buildings that are a story taller. This is our side of the donut. This is our rear wall, rear elevation study, not study, it's the elevation. So this is our proposed oriel window. It is popping out in the sort of middle zone and held back in the plane of the existing facade over here. So the shadow lines are describing the overhang of this roof. On the garden floor, there is no projection, so that it really is just truly an oriel window at this zone. The upper facade, the three-story facade, is maintained and restored, and then this is our rooftop addition. And this is a study of the materials on the back. So the oriel is just meant to be painted black. It'll be wood. It's a wood window system, wood window and door system, wood framing, wood everything. And then up on the rooftop addition, we're using that lead coated copper standing seam paneling. So this is just showing a little bit more context to the adjacent buildings. Some details. Existing and proposed. Yeah, I think that's it. I have some appendix images of the completed project up the block. Do you want to see that or?
Well, I think it's a different site condition, right? So I'm not sure.
It has no rear yard visibility up the block. But the front facade really is not, I don't think the front's an issue. So
Okay.
this may be fine to just stop
Is it
here.
okay? And just to be clear, from Grand Avenue, looking at the back, you don't see the rear facade of your building and you just see the rooftop addition over another building that's facing Grand Avenue.
Yeah, Grand Avenue.
So you don't see the two in connection with each other.
That's correct. So we see, we have a combination of 3, 2, and 1-story commercial buildings on Grand Avenue, and then you can see it pops back up as it gets to the corner. So there is no visibility of the rear. There's no visibility, I think, below about that line right there.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Vice Chair Bland.
The air conditioning equipment on the top seems extraordinarily aggressive in its size and everything. Just wondering, isn't there equipment that is less large to air condition a relatively small house? And the second part of my question would be, can't you put it in the front where your green roof is and still not have visibility?
The answer to that question is yes and yes.
Yeah.
And somebody in the office wouldn't let me change it in time for this meeting, but happy to do that.
All right, Commissioner Ginsburg.
I have two questions. With the new mechanical equipment, is that just for cooling or is it also for heating?
It's heating and cooling.
Okay, and I think there are health issues with lead-coated copper and that the copper companies now make a zinc-coated alternative, and I'd suggest you look at that.
I think that might actually be what we're proposing. But I brought the wrong glasses, so that's another problem, is I can't read what's on my screen. So
thank you.
Commissioner Goldblum, followed by Commissioner Chu, and then Commissioner Jefferson.
Staff question, are the rooftop additions that are on this block and on the opposite block that are identified on the site plan, are those LPC approved or were those predating LPC designation?
the rooftop addition?
Yeah.
Brendan, did you indicate that you actually designed one of them?
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I'm sorry if I missed that.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, the one that you have there, 11 Clifton Place on the left, just to the right of Higgins Hall, was
Yeah.
approved 2 years ago. by
That's the one that
commission.
you show in your appendix?
Yeah, it's in
All
my
right.
appendix.
Do you want to go to your appendix now and just show that?
So that is 11 Clifton on the right and 35 Clifton on the left. You can see we figured out how to hide the air conditioners the first time. And this is the completed project on the right. There's no visibility across the street. There's some like oblique visibility of a chimney right there. If you go up to Cambridge, is it Cambridge? The next block, So this is the, again, that's the existing on the right, this, the existing 11 Clifton Place and our building on the left. This was what was approved at 11 Clifton on the right and what we're proposing on the left. And then this is the completed building on the right at 11 Clifton and our existing condition on the left. And then the thing you're seeing here is the solar panels, which looks visible from head on, but they're not visible from the street.
Thanks. And the other one across the block at 26 Lafayette, is that, or the one at 43 Clifton? Were those, do you know, approved by LPC or were those old?
Oh, I think everything across the other side of the block, everything was added probably
pre-designation.
Yeah, a long time ago, probably.
And across the street on Clifton, you think that's the same case?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And then also the ones across Clifton have this, they actually are 3 stories in the back and
right, there's a facade job.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
Your assumption is that those are all old.
Yeah. And the ones across the street, I think, are probably built that way originally.
Oh, all right.
Although there are a bunch that they just added a floor. So the one you're seeing in the middle of our block, they added a floor. They moved the cornice up. They re-brownstone. So it sort of looks coherent.
Yeah, but that was, your assumption was that predated designation.
Yeah, probably.
Well, this is the Clinton Hill Historic District was designated, I think, in the early 80s. So some time ago. So it's entirely possible that they may be old and still approved by the commission. So we can look into that a little bit more. All right. Commissioner Chu, followed by Commissioner Jefferson.
Can you go back to the view on Grand where you're above Choice Market? That's Choice Market along that stretch.
Looking
on Grand Street, the one view where I think I'm at Pratt all the time, so I walk this corner quite often, and I know that is the most, as you pointed out, the most visible is on Grand Avenue from the corner. If you look over there's a single story.
Do you want to look that way or look the other way?
Yes,
okay,
that's the most visible, because I do think you're right on Clifton. It is pretty narrow. There's a lot of trees on that street, kind of hard to see above.
There, I think that's probably the most visible.
That's
spot.
right. So you're at the intersection.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just across the.
Okay. And you're proposing standing seam zinc on the back facade? And the rooftop is also zinc, or is that not zinc?
No, it's what do you call it? Just a fluid applied moving.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
And you're seeing the frame of the solar panels. Those are the solar panels. The roof itself is coming up and then bending back.
Right. Thank you.
And Commissioner Jefferson, you go ahead.
Just one question. What's the total height, including HVAC units of your penthouse?
I'm sorry, say that.
Height.
The total height, section height
Oh.
of your penthouse, including the HVAC units.
For the section.
But I couldn't find it. I could.
So our addition, we have 8'4" 5" ceilings, and then the rest of that space is just mechanical plenum and insulation and structure. And then you can see the our oversized air conditioning units right there. And they're like 5 feet tall.
So it's 13 feet tall, so 14?
This is I
From
can't read this, but can I Mark mention?
It's not dimension.
Top line says highest structure, goes, I guess those out with chimneys.
Yeah.
And that's not a dimension. The top of roof is about 5 feet above the cornice, 32, 38. 6 feet. And it looks like another 4 feet, maybe proportionally. Total of 10 feet maybe from the top of the cornice.
And just sort of following up on that, the shape of it, rather than just sort of flattening the roof, is that to take advantage of the angle that you need for the solar panel array, or?
Yeah, that's
to
that. And then to create a.
provide an angle
for the
that
air
the
handling equipment
solar-
inside the house. So there's, I mean, an 8'5" ceiling is not excessive. And I think the rest of it is just plenum and structure.
So essentially, the question is, if you remove the HVAC unit, could you lower your penthouse height any or not?
I don't think so. Like not more than 4 inches.
8'5" is your interior dimension.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So 5 inches. I think 8 feet
Okay,
would be
thank you.
fine.
That's good. Understand.
Yes, Commissioner Lutfi.
This just follows up on everyone's question. If you go to page 126. That's that.
Oh, sorry.
Can you zoom that a little bit? Zoom in on that? No,
I don't think
it's
we
not
can.
possible.
Yeah.
Because, you know, this is, I know it's not directly across the street, but it's across the corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's very, it's sort of the side street view is what it is. It's low scale and, but this is a frontal view that shows, quite a bit of visibility at a distance that's not too far away, and one that interrupts you know, the visual line of the rooftops. And in addition, I see that the HVAC unit is there on the top, but just back to Everardo's, the question that he brought up, I'm just wondering, you know, where, if there is any way to eliminate that visibility so that we keep the line and we don't set a precedent for other applicants to feel like they could do the same. So I don't know if it's moving the addition back or finding a little more, you know, some reduction in the height of the ceilings. And I mean, just something that I'm putting out to you.
And I think what you're seeing there is the peak.
Yeah,
of that.
it's the
So
peak,
that's
yeah.
why I asked if you could flatten that, and then that could sort of maybe lower it. And then but you may then need a railing, which would be visible. So there may be a trade-off. But if you could flatten that, would that?
I think it would
make
be
this
easy
less
enough to get
perceptible?
5 or 6 inches out of this. But you know, the parapets we have right now are you know, ideal for flashing and keeping the water on our side of the property. And so the 5 inches is easy enough to achieve and still have comfortable space inside, I think. And I could certainly work to flatten it some more. Perhaps there's a what's the section sheet? Oops. I guess what we're in that rendering, I mean, so the answer is I probably could probably do more to skim some from here. So drop the whole thing 6 inches and skim a little bit, you know, to slope it towards the back a little bit less.
Okay. All right. Why don't we go to public testimony, and we may have more questions after that, but I think we should hear that. All right. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? Right. Not seeing anyone in the room, I'm going to turn it over to Gregory Kalla to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received a couple of signups beforehand, so we'll be hearing from those people first. The first sign up we'll be hearing from is Christina Conroy from the VSNY. So Christina Conroy, I am promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please state your name for the record and unmute your line, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. The Victorian Society finds this a carefully designed and appropriate proposal and urges approval. We think the minimal visibility of the rooftop addition from the front is insignificant. There is more visibility from the rear, but we feel it doesn't affect the visual integrity of the building or district from this vantage. The new oriel window at the rear facade, apparently not a rear yard addition, is a welcome change from the usual altered rear facade fenestration. We ask the applicant to consider, as part of the restoration of the front facade, painting the cornice brownstone color as we believe it had been painted originally. This change might encourage others to repaint their cornices in more appropriate colors. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will be hearing from the Historic Districts Council. So whoever is representing the Historic Districts Council, I am promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levin. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. Brendan Coburn, principal of the Brooklyn studio, is on HDC's board, but was not part of Public Review Committee discussions about this item. HDC finds this work appropriate and beautifully done. We wonder only about the way in which visibility is defined in this presentation. The presentation draws a distinction between visibility from inside the historic district and visibility from outside the historic district. Our understanding is that LPC takes into account visibility from the public right-of-way, not from within or outside the historic district. That said, we do not find this project's visibility objectionable, and we support the application. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We did have another sign up for this item, Rosaria Sinisi. Oh, I see. Rosaria may be having some complications. Rosaria, if you could please click on the raise hand function so I could see that you're with us. Okay. I am promoting you to panelist right now. So Rosaria Sinisi, once you rejoin as a panelist, please unmute your line and state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I represent Citizens for Responsible Neighborhood Planning of Clinton Hill and Fort Greene. We oppose this application only as it relates to the proposed third floor and have also submitted a letter providing more details. Restoration of the property's front facade is welcome. The oriel is contextual. However, we take issue with the visibility both front and back of the proposed additional third floor. Applicant emphasizes that the additional floor would only be minimally visible from the public thoroughfares along Clifton and Grand, and in both front and back only from, quote, outside the historic district, unquote, which terminates in the middle of Grand Avenue. But visibility guidelines for additions in historic districts require invisibility from public thoroughfares. Minimal visibility is a standard for flues and chimneys in such proposals, and we see no reason to make an exception in this case. When applicant made the same argument for a similar project at 11 Clifton 2 years ago, LPC worked with it to move the front wall of that additional floor further away from Clifton Place until it was invisible from the street below. The rear wall in that case was not visible. While applicant shows front visibility only from the southeast corner of the intersection of Clifton and Grand, the fact that this viewpoint is from outside the historic district seems irrelevant. If this exception were permitted, it would degrade protection for individual landmarks surrounded by non-landmark properties and provide less protection to buildings in historic districts located close to district boundary lines. We are also unsure that the mock-up corresponds precisely to the section, as a 6-foot local resident standing on the southwest corner of Clifton and Grand inside the historic district advised that he could see its top before the tree in front of the building opposite 39 Clifton was in full foliage. If LPC considers this application for an additional floor, we recommend that it work with the applicant to ensure invisibility over the original front facade from all public thoroughfares. The east and north walls of the addition would also be completely visible from the public thoroughfare along Grand Avenue as far away as Lafayette to the north. The modern materials and design of the north-facing wall would be superimposed over the long view of a small, rare, and well-preserved historic commercial district between Clifton and Lafayette. It would provide an anachronistic contrast when placed over and adjacent to the roof lines of 39 Clifton / 290 Grand. This property, which occupies half that block along Grand, won a Lucy G. Moses Award for Historic Preservation in 2019, rewarding the 13-year restoration effort of 4 local residents who bought and salvaged it from decades of neglect and near collapse, as shown in the exhibits attached to the letter submitted. The building was restored by Easton Architects, guided by the New York Historic Properties Fund and supervised by the New York Landmarks Conservancy. In sum, CRNP recommends that LPC disapprove applicant's proposal for 39 Clifton insofar as the additional floor is concerned, and assist it in reworking the proposal to both eliminate visibility over the front facade and craft a lower height, greater setback, and more contextual design using materials more akin to the top rear wall of 39 Clifton for its
I'm
north.
sorry.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your testimony. Okay. I'm looking through the attendees list and I do not see any further hands raised. So I will note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends conditional approval, recognizing 3 letters of dissent by adjacent and rear neighbors regarding the rear materials and visibility of this project from Grand. The committee also recommends that the application be approved without the partial 3rd floor addition. And we also received additional testimony from the Society for Clinton Hill and one individual. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. So Brendan, I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard.
I think when you're working in a district where the houses are 1 story shorter than what is typical, there's going to be more visibility of rooftop additions. We're also working with houses now where they are undersized for sort of what is judged to be contemporary usage. So there is I think a real need for this sort of addition. And it's my feeling that the way we've approached it is minimally visible because we have pushed it down to the ceiling height of the main floor. We've set it back. We have sort of followed all of these rules to reduce visibility, except for the Grand Street visibility over the 2- and 3-story buildings. I think it is. I would argue that the visibility looking from the east is a less significant factor than looking from the west. As I said, I'm happy to push it down 6 inches and try to adjust the actual where the ridge line is and push it down in the back and move the air conditioning equipment, not move it, but shrink it and move it. Those are not problems. I think, though, that the addition is a necessary programmatic element of this project because these houses are undersized.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? All right, let's move to close the hearing. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we have 2 components to this application, a non-visible oriel addition at the back and a rooftop addition, which the high point of is minimally visible over the front facade. And the addition is visible over the rear yard and buildings that face Grand Avenue. In addition, there's the solar panel array and the air conditioning equipment, and the applicant has stated that they are willing to make some adjustments. And just with respect to the testimony about visibility, in order to be eligible for a administrative staff level permit, additions are required to not be visible from a public way. And, but as we know, we look at additions every week here at in our public hearing setting and vote on the appropriateness of visible additions. And when we think about that, there's sort of a hierarchy of views, and we have historically treated the front facade as more the place to really ensure that there is minimal or no visibility. And on secondary and back facades, we have allowed some visibility depending on the context. And that visibility is evaluated whether you're seeing it from within a historic district or outside of the historic district. But we really look at the context in which you are seeing the addition. And sometimes from outside of a district, it's a varied context, which makes a visible addition less noticeable or detract less. In this case, you're actually not seeing the addition on top of the building to which it's being added. You're seeing it over buildings that face Grand Avenue, and those buildings, though, are historic. So there is a dialogue there, I think, to be thought about. So we'll begin our discussion. Vice Chair Bland, would you like to start this one?
Thank you. I think as much of the testimony suggested, this is very elegantly done. I can support the additional floor. I think the material on the back addition needs to be worked out a little more carefully with staff, the details of it at least. And as the applicant has suggested, the air conditioning equipment can be relocated to the front setback, thereby eliminating the visibility of that portion of the application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I think the Vice Chair said it all.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
I agree. I just add that as we go to electrification, we're going to have more issues of visible equipment. I appreciate the applicant's willingness to modify it. And so I think this is approvable.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Goldblum?
I struggled a little bit with the rooftop addition. I think the Oriole's fine because of the relatively unadded to rooftops in this area, and but I guess I think it's probably okay because there are a few others, but it kind of feels to me like it's on the fence, but I can go along with the majority if that's the way we go.
Okay. Commissioner Chapin?
I think in general, it's a good application and I can support it. I felt like the, rooftop mechanical units were kind of, could be reduced potentially, or made a little bit less obvious. And I think the applicant was indicating that they could try to do that working with the staff. So that's the only thing that I had a problem with really about the application.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson?
I think at the minimum, it should be not visible at Clifton Street corner at all. And I think that can be done simply. I think the HVAC system should be moved. I mean, could be located many places. And I think the rear yard addition is simple and appropriate.
Okay. Commissioner Chu?
Yes, I think that in general, the addition is acceptable. The AC equipment is too visible, and the applicant has offered to move that, which I think helps. My only comment is, although you don't get to see the addition in relation to the existing building below from Grand Street, which is the most visible side, I do feel that the addition is highly visible. And I would like the applicant to work with staff on materiality and window placement. I think it's unfortunate to have such a visible addition that in itself doesn't feel as elegant as I think it could be. When I look at it, I see railings, I see PV arrays and equipment right now in this view, and two different materials and windows that don't have any real front face to them. And I feel like it's an opportunity also to make a nice element there, maybe more cohesive, less pieces all over. And I do support any attempt that could be made to reduce the minimal visibility from the corner of Clifton and Grant.
Okay. Commissioner Lutfi?
I'm in complete agreement with the comments, especially I think Commissioner Chu is very thorough in all of the things that I think are important that everyone mentioned sort of separately in their comments.
Okay. All right, so I think we have a consensus to approve it with some modifications. And those modifications have to do with relocating the HVAC equipment. As the applicant said, he could do restudying the cladding and fenestration of the rear of the rooftop addition, and that the applicant work with the staff to reduce the visibility of the rooftop addition to the so Vice Chair Bland, would you make that motion?
Yes, I will. In the matter of 35 Clifton Place in the Clinton Hill Historic District, this is an application to construct rooftop and additions and replace windows. I note that the building styles, scale, materials, and details are the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I recommend approval with a few modifications, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the proposed rooftop addition and solar panels will not be visible over the primary facade, will be minimally visible at an oblique angle over primary facades of other buildings in the row. That the rear of the rooftop addition will be seen in the context of a taller foreground building at the end of the row and will be disassociated from its own building, as seen in rooftop and roofscape views from Grant Avenue. That the red brick clad side facade of the rooftop addition will be in keeping with the materials of secondary facades of buildings of this type, style, and age, and will blend with the adjacent building. That the solar panels, HVAC units, and flue extensions will be neutral in color and typical of rooftop accretions seen over secondary facades of row houses. That the proposed rear addition will not be visible from public thoroughfares. That the black finished metal cladding and large windows will recall the historic oriel windows commonly found at rear facades of row houses in a contemporary way. That the rear addition will not project further into the rear yard than the neighboring one-story additions or disrupt the continuity of the central green space. Further, I recommend that the HVAC units be moved closer to the rear. Is that what we're saying?
Or be relocated to reduce or eliminate or reduce their visibility.
Right, okay. And that the cladding and the fenestration at the rear of the rooftop addition will be studied in consultation with staff. And that the applicant will work with staff to reduce the visibility of the rooftop addition.
Yeah, sort of along the lines that you've suggested today. Okay. All right, Commissioner Chen, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I need to call the.
Oh, sorry. The old ways.
Yeah. The old way. Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
With 9 in favor, none opposed, the motion passed.
All right, thank you. Please continue to work with the staff and we'll move to the next item.
The next item is public hearing item number 2, LPC 23-09128. An application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 195, Lot 2, 384 Broadway in the Tribeca East Historic District. This is a neo-Greek style store and loft building designed by Morgan Slade and built in 1882. And the application is to alter storefronts and replace infill.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good morning. Rick Azar for alterations proposed to the Broadway storefront elevation and the Cortland Alley elevation of 384 Broadway. Once renovated, this commercial space will be the new home of the Alexander Gray Gallery. I'm going to see if I can figure this out here. Oops. Okay. I'm joined here today by Studio MDA Principal Architect Marcus Doshansi and his associate Victoria Mackey. And after a brief description of the building and a basic summary of the scope of work, I will turn things over to Mr. Doshansi. Located within the boundaries of the Tribeca East Historic District, 384 Broadway is a 6-story full lot building located on the east side of Broadway and stretching 176 feet from Broadway to Cortland Alley. Completed in 1882, the building was designed by architect J. Morgan Slade in the then popular neo-Greek style. These are contemporary photos of 384 Broadway. At the left, a full photograph of the building. At the right, a close-up showing the subject first floor commercial space. We can see cast iron columns dividing the first floor into 5 bays. At the north bay, which is at the left, a building entrance set back from the facade. At the center, 3 bays, a center entranceway flanked by window display bays, and at the southernmost bay, a window display bay of the same design as the center displays. Now, a crucial element of the renovation plan is to provide handicapped access to the gallery. A number of plans were considered, but an exterior Americans with Disabilities Act compliant ramp and platform did not work at the front of 384 Broadway. So rather than an exterior ramp, proposed is an interior ramp, but this will require some changes to the first floor storefront. Proposed are new entrance doors at the southernmost bay. They will be set back the same distance from the facade as the current building entrance found at the north bay at the far left. Behind these new doors, an ADA compliant ramp. The present south bay display window infill and bulkhead will be then relocated to the center bay that is presently an entrance to the commercial space. The new doors will be of a design appropriate to the style and age of the building, and the current entrance doors at the north bay will be replaced with doors to match. Here are archiving contemporary photos of 384 Broadway to offer some context. At the far left, the 1940 tax photo, and going to the right, the 1990 designation photo, and at the far right, streetscape photographs taken several weeks ago. Moving on to the Cortland Alley elevation of 384 Broadway, here are 2 contemporary photos. At left, 384 Broadway is located within the red lines, and at the right, a medium close-up of the work area. Now, starting from the left are 3 archive photos from the 1990s. At the far left, a view of Cortland Alley across White Street. To the right, two views from Cortlandt Alley itself. And at the far right, a contemporary streetscape image. Here we can see the existing 6-frame over 6-frame construction separated by original decorative panels. And at the roof line, we can see numerous mechanical exhaust hoods that were installed through a sloped skylight. Here proposed is removal of the obsolete mechanical exhaust hoods. The damaged skylight will be replaced with a new skylight. An existing roll-down gate that we can see in the color photograph will be removed, and in its place, new paired solid panel doors. And 6 new single light display windows, 3 on each level, are proposed for installation within the existing original decorative framework. Thank you. Marcus?
Hello, good morning. Nice to be here and nice to be back. And I'm glad I came early and learned a little bit about Paul Rudolph, some interesting facts I didn't know. As Rick said, starting with the front facade, the main reason why I wanted to change it was to have access on the ground for ADA access, and by providing this to the gallery, moving the entrance to the south side of the facade and allowing the 3 windows to balance out the building and have a clear view into the gallery space. The building owner agreed to also upgrade the facade on the north side, or the door on the north side. So you will have 2 entrances, north and south, both in the same design and style. Here in the rendering, you see the current situation on the left and the proposed on the right. We're proposing to have the transoms pretty much remaining, the existing ones remaining as they are, cleaning them up, and then filling out the centerpiece with a window in the same style and fashion as it was previously on the right side. The back of the building, which is in pretty bad condition right now, we're bringing it back to what it used to be, which was really a skylight for the building that really drew light into the building, because as you know, in the old days, there was not a lot of electricity, so daylight was very important, and we're actually bringing the light back in. It will be a double high space in the inside, which will be used for the offices of the gallery. We'll have 6 windows. We're removing the existing roller gate. One thing we did propose before was to place a louver into one of the panels. And we discovered this was an error. We discovered that it actually is a cast iron panel. So we're going to keep those, restore them, and we will place that louver on the skylight on the top of the building. You see there's one already proposed on the right side. We're going to have another one mirroring that on the left side. There again, a rendering. You can see the proposed louver in the cast iron panel, which we're now proposing to move to the top left. This is a very recent discovery, so I apologize that this was not in there before. In the front of the facade, you have, well, basically, this is the condition where we are placing the new window where the entrance doors are right now. We're going to keep the cast iron elements intact, including the rosette, and place the window right next to it, which will be in line and in keeping with the windows on the left and the right. So that's a detail of the connections. The existing window on the bottom with the grill. And none of the existing precast will be, of the cast iron will be touched, but will remain in place and get restored and repainted. We do have a paint sample if that's needed. And in the back, we're proposing to take the roller gate off and replace it with the solid door as mentioned by Rick Azar. This, I There's the detail of the louver, which we're skipping. And there you see the skylight, which actually is an interesting condition because at Cortland Alley, this is the only building that sets back. So this is in fact the only building that has a skylight in the back, which is typical for Tribeca, but not at Croton Alley because they're through-lot buildings. This is the condition of the skylight as we speak. There's a floor plan showing the proposed ramp on the south side of the building. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, we have some questions. Commissioner Goldblum.
Go back to the Cortland Alley before and after elevation. Right there. That one's good. That one's good.
Okay.
So what's the deal with the double doors on the second floor?
Sorry, when you mean what's the, how were they used?
Right.
Yes.
It's not normally seen to have doors on that would precipitate.
So the second, what you see there, the second floor is technically the ground floor on Broadway. So the building, basically the street is lower. So the windows are actually looking into the basement, but the double doors open onto the ground floor, which is where they used to have loading from the back. Cortland Alley dips down. So this building, actually the ground floor is much higher than the others, but typically those were used for loading for the.
So those are existing doors to remain, those double doors on the
Yes,
first floor?
yeah, we want to keep them, yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, and to the left side where you don't have doors on the first floor, what is that material?
There's right now, I'm not 100% sure what they are. But the material, I can't quite remember what it's kind of like I think it's like cemented over, which we will restore, but this is where the egress stairs are. So it's
like a recessed, harged and painted surface.
Yeah, it's we're going to take it off and restore it, but I'm not 100% sure what it is.
All right. Okay, thanks.
All right, other questions?
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Chu.
Just a couple detail. Can you go to slide 10?
All right, 10.
It's your rendering.
Wait, do I see what is that? I can't quite see what numbers the slides are.
Yes. Yep. Okay, so just to ask about the details of the jam conditions that are happening. On the left, the existing condition has everything that you're proposing on the right. In other words, there is an existing precedent to every move you're doing on the right side, correct?
Yep.
Where you're replacing an entry with the window. What happens at the jam? Because I saw where you introduced a new opening of the door on the right side.
Yep.
It's recessed further than the projected windows in the middle.
Correct.
Is it it's recessed less or the same as the existing entry on the left?
Same.
The same. So you can treat the base of the column, which you now have to add a chunk to because it was cut out for the window condition, will be symmetrical to the existing.
Correct.
Excellent. Yep. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, let's move to public testimony and we may have questions after that. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? All right, noting there is no one present to speak on this item, I'll turn it over to Gregory to take us through any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received one sign up for this item, that being Christina Conroy from the VSNY. So Christina Conroy, I am promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. The Victorian Society finds this proposal appropriate for the most part. It appears that the historic infill material is being retained. The presentation doesn't show clearly the historic ground floor configuration on Broadway, but the proposed reconfiguration of the Broadway entrances and show windows is plausible. But we find the two sets of asymmetrical double doors to be problematic. When the issue is that each leaf of a pair is too narrow to meet ADA standards, the solution should be to install automatic door actuators that open both leaves at once. This meets the ADA standard, and the two equal leaves have a much better and more historically accurate appearance. At the Cortlandt Alley facade, we wish there was more information about the historic condition of the unusual two-story projecting cast iron base. Assuming the existing metal grills aren't historic, we don't object to their removal, but the proposed single sheets of glass should perhaps have some scale-giving divisions. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised. So I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval. And I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard.
Well, I think they're good comments. I think we'll definitely look into the door. The purpose is to make it very accessible. So that was the main reason why we did this. So we'll definitely look into that. Regarding the windows in the back, I think the scale of the windows, I do find them appropriate, and I do think it is important to get as much light in as possible. And I think in comparison to the big panels that you saw before, I do think it's fine. And I think once the facade is restored and the cast iron panels are restored, I think there will be a nice level of detailing to the back facade that is appropriate.
Thank you very much. All right. And, just with respect to the double doors, the commission has often approved asymmetrical double door leaves as a way to address accessibility. So that is something we've done. I think we even do it at staff level at this point. Yeah, it's now codified in the rules to allow staff level approval. Commissioner Chu.
One last question. Because the small stoop is being removed in the centerpiece, I just wondered what the paving was on the sidewalk and what would replace that footprint. Is it concrete? What is the sidewalk right there?
Right now, it's concrete.
It's concrete.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other final questions? All right, let's move to close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make a motion to close? So moved. Vice Chair Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we have our proposal to before us, which is to, on the front facade, essentially swap the location of windows and doors and relocate historic fabric. And the idea is that the new windows and doors would match the details of existing. The plane of the storefront windows does get pulled forward, but stays behind the decorative elements on the cast iron columns. And at the rear facade, as we've heard, they're going to be restoring the cast iron and installing new infill within those openings. These little bump outs are, as the applicant said, very typical of buildings in Tribeca, but it's usually found at the rear yard or rear facade facing the backs of other buildings. I think this it really is sort of the back of this building fronting on the alley adjacent to other buildings that have through block conditions with facades facing the alley. So it is a little bit unique that it's visible, but they were structures that were intended to provide light, as the applicant stated. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start this one?
Sure. I think this is an elegantly done and totally appropriate proposal. I think that the front facade, the rest of the creation of a symmetrical arrangement is consistent with the style of the building. And while I don't believe I saw evidence of its having been the original condition, I think it's a totally appropriate way to view it, even if it wasn't a restoration, certainly within the guidelines of our rather liberal approach to storefronts. And I concur with your comment earlier about the asymmetrical door arrangement, which we've done plenty of. So I think that's fine. I think Stephen's questions about the details are very well placed, and staff should be working with the applicant to ensure that all the little T's are crossed and I's are dotted in terms of the Cortland Alley side. And I think the comment about the large panes of glass from the Victorian Society it's interesting, but I think this is a utilitarian facade, or formerly utilitarian. Nothing in this neighborhood is utilitarian anymore. But I think the fact that it kind of talks about that in a funny way, I mean, this used to be loading docks and junk and graffiti, and now it's probably more expensive than 99% of the real estate in the world. So it's okay that it has a kind of a new look within its historic framework that talks about the realities of today. I think it's fine. I think that the moving of the louver to the skylight is an appropriate move. I mean, the only thing I could say is, like, if the applicant could work with staff to just look at the mullion divisions of the skylight to see if those were in any way able to recall the original proportions. I don't know if they do or not, but.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin?
Well, I agree with everything Michael said, so I'm not going to repeat it. I think in general, this is an elegant and a sensitive approach that's very respectful of the historic fabric and the original. So I can approve it as presented.
Okay. Commissioner Halford Smith?
I agree. I think this is a very well done application. I do somewhat agree with the comment about the divisions of the glass at the rear, but I guess I'll leave it up to the majority to see what other people think.
Okay. Commissioner Jefferson?
I agree. I agree with my fellow commissioners. And I add that I think this was a very well done facade.
Okay. Commissioner Chu?
Yes, I think it very tastefully executed proposal. I think in regards to Commissioner Goldblum's comment of the rear facade, I really appreciate the fact that you kept the character of the existing landmark building, but gave it a more public face. And I think that's a really nice way to keep these buildings activated and live. Yeah, very nice.
Thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
Yeah, it's not always easy to figure out how to accommodate ADA regulations to provide access in a way that doesn't mar the facade of the building in some way. And I really want to commend the applicant for their very thoughtful approach. It preserves the historic materials. There's a symmetry in the front. It works very, very well. I'm okay with the asymmetrical doors. And I actually, in terms of Cortland Alley, I think the skylight is kind of wonderful. It still has, even with these large panels of glass, it still has its industrial feel, sort of like, secondary streets in other, parts of Soho that do the same way, where, all of a sudden there's a retail entrance that didn't exist, but the facade of the buildings retains its character. So actually, since the applicant didn't provide a lot of detail about the restoration of the facade in terms of materials on this side, I just want to encourage the applicant to work with staff on that.
Okay. Vice Chair Bland.
Well, I'll add to elegant, well done. What were the other several? I'll add clever, because I think the way the ADA was solved was very clever as well, working with the structure of the organized structure of the building's hierarchy of and framework. So I think that was all very well done. So I have nothing more to add, except I think it's very clever.
Okay. And Commissioner Ginsburg.
I agree with previous commissioners, feel this is totally approvable, and agree with Commissioner Bland that the ADA access is elegant.
Okay. All right. So I think we have enough to approve it as is, but we could maybe just ask them to explore the mullions with staff. Okay.
Regarding 384 Broadway and the Tribeca East Historic District, the application is to alter storefronts and replace infill. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca East Historic District. I further note that the building is a through-block structure with facades on Broadway and Cortlandt Alley. I recommend approval. Finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the removal of central storefront entrance on Broadway, the installation of a display window in its place at the same plane as the flanking display windows, and the relocation of the storefront entrance to a separate bay will maintain the building's symmetry while providing an accessible entrance for the retail space. That the details, materials, and finish of the new display window and bulkhead will match the historic condition and maintain the harmonious and uniform storefront treatment. That the decorative cast iron details of the column returns at the former entrance will be preserved in place behind the new infill, and historic grillwork will be salvaged and relocated. And that the proposed residential and retail doors will match the proportions of the historic doors, with a new louver above the residential doors to match the proportion and framing of the historic transom. That the proposed work on Cortlandt Alley facade will eliminate unsightly security grills and mechanical units that were added over time, and the simple design and materials and finish of the infill will recall the historic windows, doors, and shutters, thereby retaining the utilitarian character of this alleyway facade while enlivening the storefront at both levels. And that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Tribeca East Historic District, and the applicant will work with staff to explore the spacing of the Cortlandt Alley skylight mullions.
Okay. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second that motion?
Second.
John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
None in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
All right. That's approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item.
All right, the next item is public hearing item number 3, LPC 23-11517. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 144, lot 40, 60 Hudson Street, the Western Union Building, individual and interior landmark. This is an Art Deco style communications building and designated interior lobby designed by Ralph Walker of Voorhees, Mellon and Walker and built in 1928 to 30. An application is to install and modify interior light fixtures.
Hi, my name is George Boyle. I'm the architect that's involved in this, and I'd always like to introduce Domingo Gonzalez, who's our lighting designer, who is here as well. We're here to propose some additional lighting into the designated interior lobby of 60 Hudson Street. We were here pre-COVID, just right before, during COVID actually, to install 2 new reception desks, both at West Broadway and at Hudson, as well as to change the location of the turnstiles to move them further in on Hudson Street so that the public could actually have access to it. So that is, they used to be right here. We moved them back here. So we created sort of a, we call it a public hall. This is a place where the public could actually get in this building because it's highly secure. And what we have found was that this has all been approved and installed and everyone seems to be very happy, except for it's just too dark. So we were tasked to find a way to create that into more of a place than just a place that you walk through. So we went through various different insertions inside of here and kind of fell short. And one day we were up there and we looked up at the ceiling and we found gangs of junction boxes. Original, and there are 3 of them, like so, that actually align with the existing chandeliers that are flanking it on both sides. So we had the engineers go up there and see what's there. And there was cloth wiring. These were all daisy chained and connected back to the panel box. So the next thing we did is we went to we lost a slide. Okay. The next thing we did was we went to Avery to try to kind of research Walker's archives, and to no avail. Luckily, we found down in the basement an electrical plan for this. Now, I have all the original linens of the building with the exception of anything from the lobby. Okay, so luckily we found this, and in it, you'll see that it was described as a, right here, as 3 new, as part of the original design, spares, so to speak, for lighting that again light up, that align directly with the other chandeliers. This is this was published right after the opening of 60 Hudson Street, and you can see on the left the 4 hanging fixtures like so. We can't make out these, but we know that they existed based on the cloth wiring and stuff and the drawings. And the other kind of interesting thing was that I'm not sure why they were never installed, but the other thing that was never done was along here in these kind of odd white walls that still exist. They were originally, per this, supposed to be murals on there. That was never done. And I guess because now they have wall sconces in all these white guys, that they figured out themselves, this thing is too dimly lit. And they just went for the easy, I guess, way to do that. The other thing I want to notice is here's one of these chandeliers that exist, and notice how it is beaming both up and down onto the floor and on the ceiling. That currently is not working that way. So our proposal is pretty obvious that what we'd like to do is, in essence, we think that this was supposed to be this way, that we want to add 3 new chandeliers that are the exact replica of the other chandeliers in the center. This is an existing photograph. And again, here you can see these wall sconces and these, we can't figure out what these drawings are on here, but they're there. And this is what we're proposing. So the idea is to make it so that when you walk into this place, it doesn't feel like you're walking through it, because you can't really walk through it, that it is a place to pause inside of here and to create a sort of a more of a hall out of it. So this is from the entrance from Hudson Street. And this is from when you're in the building looking out towards the entrance at Hudson Street. That's existing, and this is proposed. This is from one of the sides, the existing, and the proposed. And as you can see, what we're trying to do as well, Domingo's found a way to kind of uplight and downlight these to create sort of a chiaroscuro effect inside of that, which we think is similar to what was done before. Here's another kind of more detail of what would happen up above. The other thing we're doing is that there are a bunch of, in the main hallway, this is towards where the elevators are, there are a bunch of floor lamps like so. And again, what we're trying to do is just to make a little bit more sparkle inside of here. So Domingo came up with a way to put these white acrylic pieces, all of which can be removed. They're not, but here is a picture of existing and proposed. And this is another picture of just down the hallway, so you can see what they sort of disappear, so to speak, in here. Whereas on here, we are trying to kind of highlight them somewhat. again, the same concept is going in the old desks that exist in the center of where the elevators are. So those floor lamps will then have the same kind of acrylic halos that exist. Here are some kind of details of what Domingo has figured out in terms of uplighting and downlighting for the fixtures, the chandeliers. And this is sort of a mock-up that he did in his office that shows sort of the effect that we're looking for. And these are some kind of details of the floor lamps and the desk lamps with the acrylic halos on both sides. That's the end of our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Chen.
Were you able to find the original drawings for the murals?
No, and they just mentioned that they're going to have murals, because quite honestly, if we could figure out what they were going to be, my guess is the budgets were budgets and things got changed.
Yes, Commissioner Goldblum.
Are you planning on going back to the existing light fixtures and retrofitting them so they also have the uplighting?
Yes, correct.
So will they be actually new fixtures, or will they be like old, new, old?
The fixtures on the four flanking on both sides, they're existing and they're just be retrofitted
with the uplights.
With the uplights and downlights.
And the idea is that I won't be able to tell the difference between the one and the other.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, other Commissioner Jefferson.
I have a technical question. And this is such a beautiful atmosphere that's existing. How did you decide how much light to put in? How much brightness before you change the atmosphere? It's just a design issue. Did you figure that out, or was it just purely kind of an intuitive feel for the new lighting?
That's a fabulous
question. Can you just come and speak into the mic? Only because we're on Zoom and they won't hear it unless we speak into the mic.
Hi, I'm Domingo. That's a fabulous question. What is envisioned along with the retrofit of the existing and restoration of the existing, the relamping of the existing sconces with new LED sources, and the replication of the three, what we think are the three missing chandeliers. Along with that is a dimming system, so that we can set the threshold, because as George said, today it is far too dark, and we all have higher expectations of interior spaces than we did in 1929. And so there is a dimming system so that we can set thresholds. If it's believed that this is too bright, we tweak it down. And there would be a time clock with the system that would even dim it further between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. Yeah.
Okay, other questions? All right, we'll move to public testimony and see if we have questions after that. And is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting there is no one present to speak on this item, I'll turn it over to Gregory to take us through the remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received one sign up in advance for this item, and we will be hearing first from George Calderaro from the Art Deco Society of New York. So George Calderaro, I am promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please state your name for the record and unmute your line, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm George Calderaro, a member of the Board of Directors of the Art Deco Society of New York and a member of its Preservation Committee. The Western Union Building's lobby by architect Ralph Walker, one of the New York and the country's top designers of Art Deco buildings, is not just any landmark lobby. In the words of the Commission's designation report, it is, quote, among the few unconventional lobbies of the period, a recognized achievement in modernistic design influenced by the work of German and Dutch expressionist architects, end quote. Perhaps the two most striking aspects of the lobby design are its material and its low level of lighting. The designation report emphasizes the lobby as a, quote, modernistic design executed in brick, which was unusual in the late 1920s, and it points out that Walker designed with brick in a manner that let the material stand on its own and provide much of the ornament. It goes on to say that the brick, quote, reflects Walker's characteristic modeling of walls and ceilings as a means to enclose space. And the report quotes Western Union Company literature of the day as calling it the only all-brick corridor of any office building in America. As to the way the lighting affects the brick design, again, according to the designation report, the ceilings and areas of patterned brickwork are dramatically and indirectly lit by wall sconces and floor lamps. This lighting technique, popularized with the modernistic movement, adds drama to the setting and reflects Walker's interest in theater and set design, as well as the influence of German expressionism, end quote. In other words, the ceiling was meant to be lit from below by wall sconces and floor lamps, not by ceiling chandeliers. The view of the ceiling from end to end was meant to be uninterrupted, enclosing the space. The existing chandeliers are strictly meant only for the sides of the entrance areas. The ceiling was meant to be lit only by wall sconces, as the report clearly specifies, quote, chandeliers hang from the center of each side bay. Bronze wall sconces light the ceiling. Adding new chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, even if limited to the entrance bays at either end, is a major change to the lobby design. It interrupts the intact full block sweep of the all brick expressionist ceiling, and it changes the lighting effects. In any other lobby, this might not be so problematic. After all, the proposed new chandeliers are modeled on the originals. But in this lobby, the proposed changes don't increase the lighting level. They alter the design in ways that diminish it. The fact that the electric junction boxes on the ceiling at the point where the proposed chandeliers would be added is an interesting point, but it suggests to us not that the architect meant to hang chandeliers there, but rather that he decided against doing so, because in fact, even though he could, he didn't. The report closes by stating, quote, the first floor interior of the Western Union building is virtually
George, I'm terribly sorry. Your 3 minutes are up. So if you
This
could
is my
please.
last sentence, Greg, thanks. The
Okay.
first floor interior, the report closes by stating the first floor interior of the Western Union building is virtually unchanged from its original appearance, end quote. Please don't let this most unusual interior landmark lose that distinction. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I am promoting you to panelist right now. So if you could please unmute your line and say your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is heartened to see the obvious care that went into this proposal. We understand that the applicant feels that this space needs more light, and we commend the applicant for a spectacular recreation of the original chandeliers. If any chandeliers were to be installed in this lobby, certainly it should be these. However, the clean visual effect of Ralph Walker's ceiling design is so striking that we don't know if it needs any adornment. Indeed, LPC's interior landmark designation report for the building notes, quote, the seamless extension of the patterned brick walls into the Guastavino tile barrel vaulted ceiling creates interior spaces that are striking and enveloping. We were interested to learn that the junction boxes the applicant plans to use are original. We can imagine that Walker himself considered installing these chandeliers in the central bay of this ceiling, then, upon reflection, decided to allow the brick to flow uninterrupted overhead. As a committee, we were divided on whether the ceiling should remain clear and look forward to hearing the Commission's discussion on that matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I am looking through our attendees list now, and I do not see any further hands raised. So I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval, and I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to any of the comments.
Absolutely. Can I? Want to go backwards? Okay. I'll show you what we found, and it has to do with the drawing. This is how we figured out that this, in effect, I can't blow it up, but up in here, this is where additions were done to the original drawings. One of those is actually these 3 light fixtures. So we assume that Walker didn't design these as chandeliers to start, but in fact added it as part of the process. So it's the reverse of what we feel that they're saying.
What's the date of the addition?
1930 versus 1928, I think is when the drawings were.
Where was that relative to the construction? In other words, was that during construction? Or was
Yes, it was during construction.
The plot thickens.
The other thing too is that one should argue too is that we go to one of these. Hard to see. Maybe I get it from this. Yeah. Okay. No, I can't. But in essence, the brick vaulting inside of here, there's also, before you get into the main lobby, there's a break there. So this was not a continuous vault that goes through there. They were segmented into where the elevators were and where this space was to then what was beyond that. See if I can try to find that. Here we go. You can see it right here.
What if you're fine with that?
Well, I think part of the discussion before was saying that this was a continuous space. And we're trying to show that it necessarily wasn't for that.
Okay, any final questions, commissioners? All right, let's move to close the hearing. Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Chu, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion on this application to install chandeliers where there are existing electrical boxes and then to retrofit the sconces with plexi to allow for different lighting or accentuated lighting or directed lighting. And it's tricky. We historically don't regulate the quality of light when we look at light fixtures because it's very hard to enforce. Having said that, you know, in an interior landmark, a large part of the atmosphere can be created by the lighting. So I think let's try to focus our comments on the fixtures to the extent possible, but I understand that we'll also want to be thinking about the overall effect. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you like to start this one?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a very thoughtful presentation that I understand the concern about adding the fixtures, but the fact that there's some indication they was maybe thought about being there from the beginning. I think adding the uplight to the existing fixtures as well as the new fixtures will actually help the feeling of the space. And although I understand what you're saying about lighting, as living near this building, it is very dark. And as somebody who is aging, I appreciate more light. And the fact that it's on a dimmer system, so you can both control it within the time, and also if it's seeming too bright, dim it down a bit. Again, I think is good. So I find this totally approvable.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, well said by Commissioner Ginsburg. I mean, you know, it's not just the dimness, but I think that is interesting given the context, what the applicant has done. I can find it appropriate.
Okay, Vice Chair Bland.
I think it's an understatement to say that architects rely often on lighting designers to make their work work. And I don't think I need to go back to whether or not the plot thickened or not. It's simply that today, this wonderful building, it seems too dark. Today, it's probably air conditioned. It might not have been then. We add things, we move along. And so I think the fact that the replication of the chandeliers is being proposed as opposed to some other kind of lighting, which might have been suggested, indirect lighting or something, for me makes this appropriate. And, retrofitting historic fixtures, I've done many times, often with Domingo as well, I might add, it's really brilliant, sort of a way of making lighting, historic lighting fixtures work for the current moment. So altogether, I think this is a remarkably great thing. Does it change the atmosphere? Not on our table, I guess, to talk about. It might a little bit, but our attitudes about our buildings have changed as well. So I think this is completely appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lutfi.
I'm going to echo and build on just a little bit of my colleagues' thoughts on this project. I really like it. This is a magnificent lobby. It's almost like you're entering a church, right? And the way it was designed, makes you want to just stand there and take it all in and maybe say a prayer or something. But and I really applaud the whole concept of trying to make this space to do some placemaking here. So modern office buildings do this all the time in their lobbies. It's central to doing new office buildings today. And of course, it's easier because the thought comes in from the initial plans. The buildings, street walls are very high. All of this light comes in. There's room for design for amenities. This is all about little tweaks that provide the opportunity for people to come in and stand there and appreciate what's here. I don't know how you're going to get them in, but if you do, I think just the thought is one that is wonderful and should be supported conceptually, in addition to the fact that because of this change, as Fred mentioned, in terms of, old buildings and new buildings and how they're built, it makes perfect sense that there should be a little more light there. And all of these moves that you make are proposing add the light in a very thoughtful way. The new ceiling fixtures are symmetrical and they line up, and these inserts of the acrylic, they don't alter, and they're reversible. They don't really alter these gorgeous lamps on the desk and on the floor, and they add to the glow, but they brighten the space as well. So I just really want to applaud you for this effort.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Yes, I would agree with my fellow commissioners. I think it's very thoughtfully done. And I also think that the concept of it being a chandelier allows the flexibility with your lighting controls, up lighting or down lighting, of how you want to balance it. Because I do think it's a lot about shadows and space when you get in there. Giving yourselves that ability to change its environment will really affect, because the big effect is really on the vaulted brick ceiling, and that sense of what is the ceiling and what is focused. Is it all lit? Are there areas that are highlighted and others which are dimmer? Those are things that I think need to be explored in the actual execution and finding that right balance. The proposal is very, as I said, thoughtful and sensitive, and I think it's approvable.
Thank you, Commissioner Jefferson.
Yeah, I agree. the proposal, the thinking behind it, the delicacy of the lighting fixtures, just beautifully done. I just would not want to be the person in charge of setting the tone or setting the ambience, setting the character of the place. Good luck.
Commissioner Halford Smith.
I agree with comments from my fellow commissioners. I'm also looking at slide 7, which is that publication early after the building was built, and you could see the light fixtures that are still there clearly had a big emphasis on lighting up. And I think it's an important feature. And I think that adding them in the center to that placemaking that Jeannie talked about will also help draw attention to the beautiful arches and the brickwork. So I think it'll be an asset as long as it can be dimmed to the right level, I think it's very appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I used to walk into this building when I worked at the Department of Buildings, and I always thought this is just a triumph of the player's art as well as the architect. It's just such a beautiful interior space. And I had a little pause listening to the Art Deco Society about their concerns about it, permitting it to change it all. At the same time, it is a dark interior space in portions of it. And, I agree with other commissioners, it's a temporary emplacement. And looking at how we have permitted additional exterior lighting to highlight and call attention to individual landmarks around the city. It seems to me that this is, this new lighting to the interior is very sensitively conceived. And I think that it will really make people more aware of the beauty of this architecture and the brickwork that was done here, which is just spectacular. So, I think I can support it with those considerations.
Thank you, Commissioner Goldblum.
This unexpectedly for me, this one has problems for me. I think I can approve it, but it has problems. Problem number one is that we're replicating a historical item as if it were, we're not differentiating between what is new and what is old in a way that we're kind of making it up as if it were original. And as far as we can tell, it wasn't. The second thing is that, the story that Fred was kind of referring to, the backstory with the change order or the added bubble or note, who knows? It's possible that Walker saw it and said, geez, it's too dark. We need to add some lights. And the developer said, we can't afford it. We'll do it later. But the other possibility is that they added it and didn't like it. It took him out. We don't know. And so, and the third thing that kind of troubles me is that even though the fixtures are replications of the original and there is a thread of possibility that this was an initial intent, it will change inevitably the way that nave is perceived, because now you've got a thing in it. And instead of seeing the brick, you're seeing the thing in the brick. And I think that the uplighting of the other fixtures is very successful. And I've seen situations where you can't or didn't do this, where a lighting designer incorporates uplights from those existing pendants to create brightness in the unlit area without putting a thing in it. So all of those things kind of give me pause. So I'm a little bit troubled by it, but I think that the thread of possibility that there was an intention to put the pendants here may be enough for me to vote for it, but I'm troubled by it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen, did you want to add something?
Talk about the plot thickness. I'm just sitting here watching, and I'm looking at the date. The date of this building is 1928 and 1930. So this is really at the 29 crash. So given your assessment of what is the cost, or was they didn't like it, I want to take the bet that it's likely that the cost was high during the crash. I mean, obviously this is a conjecture on my part.
I do think it's also worth noting that the proposal can be completely reversed. So
Yeah.
very simply done. And I think that should be a fact.
Yeah, I think that is a good point.
Can I add one other thing?
No.
Thank you.
We've closed the hearing, so technically no. But I think we do have enough to support this as posed. I think this is, it's an interesting history and a lot of questions about intent. I do think that we, as a commission, though, have allowed landmark spaces, exteriors and interiors to adapt to modern needs. And I think in this approach, given the possibilities of what the intent might have been and the fact that it's relating so harmoniously and is reversible, makes this appropriate for most of us. So Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make the motion?
With regards to LPC 23 11517, 60 Hudson Street, Western Union Building, individual and interior landmark. An Art Deco style communications building and designated interior lobby designed by Ralph Walker of Voorhees, Grimlin and Walker and built in 1928 to 1930. Application is to install and modify interior light fixtures. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not damage, eliminate, or conceal any significant features of the building, that evidence including historic electric drawings and existing junction boxes support the theory that additional light fixtures may have originally been intended at the entrance hall adjacent to Hudson Street, that the proposed pendant light fixtures will match the existing historic fixtures in terms of material detail and finish, and their placement will be in keeping with the symmetry of the entrance hall, that the proposed frosted acrylic shields to be installed on the existing shades of the floor and desk lamps are simple in design and small in size, and their modest presence as new components of the historic lamps will not detract from these significant features of the lobby, that the modification to both the pendant light fixtures and floor and desk lamps will maintain the indirect lighting characteristics of the space, and that the work is reversible in nature and will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the interior landmark.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Chen, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thanks. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu. Oh, he's not here. Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, aye. Aye. Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lefty's not here. Commissioner Holford Smith,
Aye.
with 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, that's approved. George, if you want to add anything now, you can.
The wall sconces that were added thereafter proved to me at least that someone thought that this place was too dense. But thank you for about the history. I should have asked my son if he would have told me that.
All right, thanks. That's approved.
All right. Okay, we'll now move to public hearing item number 4, LPC 23-10251, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1413, lot 71, 895 Park Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a classicizing Art Deco style apartment building designed by Sloan and Robertson and built in 1929. The application is to construct a rooftop pergola and replace windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cass Stackelberg, Higgins, Quays, Barth and Partners. I'm joined by my colleague Jesse Kling, as well as architects Tim Middleton and Madison Korecki from James B. Murray Architects. Started here. Terrific. 895 Park Avenue is located on the southeast corner of Park Avenue and 79th Street on the northern edge of the Upper East Side Historic District. It's a robust 20-story apartment building designed by Sloan and Robertson, completed in 1929. As you can see in the photo on the right, the building is massed with a 14-story base with a deep light well cut into the 79th Street elevation, with a series of setbacks on the upper floors. The proposed work before you is split into two components. This is an existing photo on the left and a proposed photo on the right, a rendered view on the right. As I said, there are two components. One is replacing existing windows with new multi-light double hung wood windows on the 19th and 20th floors of the upper portion of the building. And those windows do not conform to an existing master plan for the building, and the non-conformance is merely on material. So the master plan requires metal replacement, aluminum or steel, and our client would like to install wood windows. So because the proposal does not meet the master plan, we're before you presenting that. As you can see, the upper portion of the building is 250 feet up in the air, and really the only distinction are some very modest dimensional changes, which I'll show you in greater detail. And the second component is the installation of a pergola, and I'll just point that out in the rendering here on the 20th floor setback. And the pergola in this building, interestingly, historically, and I'll show you photographs in a moment, historically, this building actually had a very large scale pergola or sort of open roof structure on one of the nearby setbacks. And as you know, pergolas and buildings of this style, age, and type are actually fairly typical for the Upper East Side Historic District. Some existing photographs, an overall view of the Park Avenue elevation on the left, and some detailed photos of windows on the 19th and 18th floor. So the existing windows on the 19th floor within the project area are the original steel windows. The windows directly below, and that is in this slot right up here at the top two floors of that part of the Park Avenue elevation. The windows below have been replaced with one of the aluminum window types. And there are two different types that are approved under the master plan with varying dimensions between those. Elsewhere, turning around, the photo on the right is the 79th Street elevation. This is this deep light well. The windows that are being replaced are on the uppermost portion, on the upper right portion of that photograph. And then the photo from on the left is taken from 78th Street and Lexington Avenue. There are views of the south and east elevations of the building, sort of more irregular elevations than the primary elevations, with some visibility from that perspective as well. Historically, as I mentioned, the building was constructed, there was historically a pergola or roofed structure on the 17th floor setback. This is right on the prominent corner of 79th and Park Avenue, and it appears in this 1950s photograph from the New York Public Library's collection. You can see in detail it was a substantial structure, seemed to be right at the parapet line, with perhaps a roofed element, but open sides. Existing and proposed building elevations, just so you can see areas of work. The upper right corner on the 79th Street elevation is the 19th and 20th floors where work is proposed, coming around the building. The Park Avenue elevation across the upper two floors, and I'll show you detail elevations in just a moment, which may provide a bit more information. And then this proposed, existing and proposed south elevation, and the east elevation, similar to that view from Lexington Avenue, the back corner of the building. Detail elevations provide a little bit more information, but for the most part, the windows are being replaced in the existing masonry openings. There are a few adjustments to masonry openings that are either on the back of the building or on the setback facades that are really not visible. And then on the Park Avenue elevation, the lower left, the pergola will be on this setback here, where the terrace doors are presently located. North elevation, south elevation. Shoot. Sorry. As I mentioned, there's an existing master plan for the building. This dates to 1997, and these are a few pages from the master plan. This is obviously overall drawings of the building illustrating the various window openings across the multiple elevations of the building, and sort of a detail sheet with details and elevations of the windows. So the window on the left is a drawing of the original steel window that's in place, and then the two middle and right drawings are of the two different aluminum replacement windows that are approved under the master plan. So our replacement window is actually far closer to the dimensions of the original window than the allowable aluminum windows. Comparative elevations on the left is the original window and our proposed window, and you can see dimensionally the muntins are set at 1 inch as compared to 7/8 inches under the approved aluminum replacements. The jamb and head details also match, and I think these comparative sections are probably most illustrative. So on the left, again, is a section through the steel window, head, meeting rail, and sill. Directly adjacent to that is our proposed window, and you can see the meeting rail at 1 15/16, the head at 2 5/8, the muntins at 1 inch. Those all match exactly to the historic steel window. And with a wood window, we're allowed to actually, or we're able to customize profiles, for instance, for the muntins, which much more closely match the profile of the historic muntin as compared to the two allowable aluminum replacements, which you can see on the right side of the slide. I think just noting the meeting rail variations, the original is 1 15/16, and the allowable meeting rail dimensions and head dimensions are almost an inch larger in different locations, 2 inches actually at the head, the window detail on the right. So again, the ones on the right of this page are what has been approved and are in aluminum. The section near the middle is our proposed wood replacement. And then jamb sections, again, on the far left is the historic steel window, our proposed window, and then the two on the right are the allowable the two allowable aluminum replacement windows. So the dimensional variations really occur at the sill, which you're really not going to see, and then there's the depth of the meeting rail is a little bit greater with a wood window, just given the assembly of the wood. So in terms of what we feel is the appropriateness of this change is we're actually matching or more closely matching to the historic window actually than the allowable metal windows at more than 250 feet above the street. I don't think any of this is going to be perceptible. Obviously, they will be finished to match the approved color, which is black. Turning to the pergola component of the proposal, an existing plan on the left and proposed on the right. The pergola is shown in plan on the left margin of that proposed plan along the Park Avenue elevation. And historically, this is a detailed photo on the right, obviously, of that 1950s photograph. The two images on the left are from publications Vogue and Arts and Decoration magazine from the late 1920s. And what's interesting at this time during this explosion of apartment building development was this introduction of outdoor living and the idea of expanding one's living space to the outdoors, to these buildings that were all constructed with setbacks. So on the lower left, you can see this building on the Upper East Side with a pergola and then a sort of canopy or roof structure on the upper left. So this is, as I said, a fairly typical feature for buildings of this style and age, particularly in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a slide from a recent approval from last year that our office worked on East 88th Street, just to the north of the Upper East Side Historic District. Visible pergola seen on the east elevation of this building's roof. There are other approvals as well that we've come across that note that this feature is one seen on buildings of this style and age. Some details now, some existing photographs on that of that setback on the 20th floor on the Park Avenue facade. There's an existing awning above the windows, and you can see it's just a simple brick elevation with cast ornament. The proposal is to actually install the pergola, as you'll see in details, that does not attach back to the building, but actually just anchors down into the roof deck and is set actually below that awning so as not to, and in between the cast stone elements. Some details for the pergola, you can see it in elevation on the upper left. It's going to be constructed in metal, and it'll be finished in this buff color, which will blend with the surrounding masonry. It's held back about 1.9 feet off of the interior parapets and the interior masonry wall, and there's simple downlights that will just illuminate the setback terrace itself. Some bird's eye rendered views just illustrating the appearance of it. It is formed in a way that recalls the details of those historic pergolas that one sees in the district, similar to one that was pictured in the presentation, and the overall elevation that you can see on the upper left corner, the scale of the pergola relative to the building itself. We've constructed a mock-up, an overall view from the north of the site looking south on Park Avenue from about 80th Street, mock-up photo on the left and a rendered view on the right, and then details on the right side of this slide. And so in the upper right, you can see the wood of the mock-up actually sort of more prominent than the rendered view of the pergola itself. Looking north from just west of Park Avenue on 78th Street, similar arrangement. And then finally looking east on 79th Street, you can see the pergola shown here in this detail rendering. It blends with the palette of the masonry, and as mentioned before, it is a feature that one sees historically and currently in the district. And then just reminding you of the windows as well, a feature that we are proposing in wood. That will match the configuration and operation and detailing of the historic, just done in wood as opposed to aluminum.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Jefferson, did you have a question?
The early 20th century, pergolas were not put on high-rise building that I recall, or is it a standard thing? Or
we have in many applications, we've seen historic precedents of pergolas on apartment buildings of this age and type. And as a result of those historic precedents, we have approved many visible pergolas on apartment buildings.
So you approved a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the exact density of the members on the pergola. The rendering and the drawings the detail there just shows a few members that are deeper. Are there small members that sit on top that are tight?
There are, which actually, Madison, maybe I don't try this. Can't zoom in on this, but it's just need to introduce yourself. Yes.
Hello, my name is Madison Krowecki. I'm with John B. Murray Architect. We're the project architects for this job. So yes, on the top, there are smaller members that they're about 2 inches by 2 inches, and then it's about 50% coverage. So, which we've found to be very appropriate for the actual use of the pergola, although we've also done a little bit wider. So if we're a little worried about density, we can always make it a little bit less dense.
Okay.
Help you.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking from a street level, you're really looking at the underside of it. And I think the definition of pergola is that it's not a roof. And so I'm just clarifying that. Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Okay, let's move to public testimony. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? Not seeing anyone in the room for this item, I'll turn it over to Gregory Kalla to take us through remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received one sign up in advance for this item, that being Nuha Ansari from the Friends of the Upper East Side. So Nuha Ansari, I am promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Chair Carroll, Honourable, my name is Nuha Ansari and I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. Although we would love to see the original steel windows preserved on this handsome 1920s apartment building, We recognize that many have already been replaced, and we therefore commend the applicants on their careful adherence to the dimensions and profile of the original windows in their proposed design. We also commend the building on having a master plan in place to guide the future replacement of windows. Friends Preservation Committee also has no objections to the proposal to install a metal painted pergola on the 20th floor terrace. There are many precedents for such structures on buildings of this period, and the proposed design will not disrupt the reading of the upper portion of this building. We also appreciate the fact that the pergola would be anchored to the terrace floor and will not disturb the existing walls. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I see another hand up from John Graham from the Victorian Society. John Graham, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Graham speaking for myself. In 1924, Frank Crowninshield, the editor of Vanity Fair, moved into an immense apartment at 1045th Park Avenue. It had terraces and a greenhouse. He entertained extensively at this apartment. It also had terraces, and he was considered the one responsible for making terraces on the Upper East Side popular and encourage their use. So I'm just throwing that in response to one of the commissioners' questions. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I am looking through our attendees list now. I do not see any further hands raised. So I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends approval, and I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think the testimony was largely supportive. Is there any final statement you'd like to make?
Just that it's nice to have the community board and Friends of the Upper East Side support, and John Graham always has interesting history to provide. So nothing additional.
Okay, and commissioners, any final questions? Okay, not seeing any final questions. I think we can move to close the hearing. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing? Will you make a motion to close the hearing? And Commissioner Holford Smith, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing's closed and we'll begin our discussion. And as the applicants presented, there are two components. One is to replace the windows in wood, which does not match the material of the aluminum windows that are approved under the master plan. And I would note that for a building of this size, the commission or the commission's rules that allow for staff level approval do not require that you match the historic material, just that you match the configuration, profiles, details, and finish. And so the aluminum windows that are approved under the master plan would meet our rules. And actually these wood windows would also meet our rules for a staff level approval. But the reason they're here before us today is because while they themselves would meet the rules, they don't conform to an existing master plan. And so the question before us is whether that change in material with a black painted finish or the difference in the material from the master plan, whether that is perceptible at these windows at the 19th floor. And then, as we've heard, there is a precedent for historic and commission approved pergolas. And so we're looking at a pergola at this terrace facing Park Avenue. So Commissioner Chapin, would you like to start this one?
Sure. I think that it's appropriate. I'm not concerned about the different use of materials given where it is. I don't think it's going to be perceptible in any way. Actually, it's interesting because usually we're looking at people that don't want to use wood, that want to use something else, but wood is a nice fabric that lasts for a long time. And I think, they're not seeking to change the windows, which often people are, trying to create an additional fenestration or space. So I think that's fine. And the pergola, I think, is well designed, and it's a feature that we have permitted on other buildings. And I don't think it will be an undue distraction from the this structure. And it, as the applicant has pointed out, you know, this is the sort of feature that was occasionally included on buildings of this age. So in general, I think I can support it as presented.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's appropriate as presented. I think that the difference in material is insignificant from our perspective, although I'll bet you those windows are going to wear out a lot faster than the ones that they expect, but that's their problem, I guess. And I think the pergola is totally appropriate in its location.
Okay, Commissioner Ginsburg?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, likewise, yeah.
Commissioner Bland?
Yes, appropriate.
Commissioner Chu?
Appropriate. I just want them, the applicant to work a little with staff on the spacing so it doesn't become too solid.
Okay.
But the color, I think, matches the building and it will blend in with the layers and the step backs and the smaller elements. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Jefferson?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Holford Smith?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate. My only concern had been that the wood window has a much deeper offset from the glass panes from upper to lower sash. I don't think you're going to notice that on the 19th floor, but lower down, I think you might perceive it. But and I agree with Commissioner Chu about the spacing of the slats on the pergola. It doesn't appear like a solid roof.
Okay. All right. So why don't we go ahead and make a motion to approve this, and we'll ask them to work with the staff on the density of the slats in the pergola. Okay.
All right. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, LPC 23 10251 95 Park Avenue, Upper East Side Historic District, classicizing Art Deco style apartment building designed by Sloan and Robertson and built in 1929. Application is to construct a rooftop pergola and replace windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I further note that the building originally had steel double-hung multi-light windows and that a master plan was issued for the replacement of those windows in aluminum. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the presence of a visible rooftop pergola is a typical feature for large apartment buildings in this historic district, that the proposed pergola will be integrated within the context of the step terrace massing, that the pergola will be simply designed with a neutral finish and will not draw undue attention to itself within the roofscape and will only be seen from a distance due to its location high on this tall building, that the proposed wood windows on the 19th floor will match the master plan approved metal windows in detail, configuration, operation, and finish, and that the change in material from metal to wood will not be perceptible from the street, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the historic district. However, I recommend that the applicant work with the staff on the spacing and color of the pergola to make sure that it is appropriately integrates with the existing building.
Okay. And I think it's really the density of the spacing of those slats. All right. Commissioner Chu, would you second that motion?
Second.
Sorry, Mark, go ahead and call the vote.
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum. Aye. Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Master. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Right, that's approved. Thank you. We'll move to the next item.
The next item is public hearing item number 5, LPC 23-11434, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1504, lot 56. 1312 Madison Avenue, aka 1306 to 1312 Madison Avenue, and 26 to 28 East 93rd Street in the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style apartment hotel designed by George W. Spitzer and built in 1897. And the application is to legalize the installation of an awning and HVAC units.
Am I good?
Good afternoon, Chair Carroll and the rest of the LPC Commission. My name is Alta Endelman. I'm an architect. I was retained. I did not design this installation, but I was retained by the tenant of the store, the restaurant owner, who's here today, Kamal Badr, to help ameliorate a situation with a violation for several items at this storefront. We're working with staff on everything that can be handled easily, the lighting fixtures, the menu board, the signage, some stone cladding that was placed on there, and that's not up for hearing today. What remains to be worked out and what we're here to discuss are air conditioning units, exterior condenser portions of an existing air conditioning system, and an awning that conceals those units as best possible. Neither the air conditioning units, which predate this restaurant, nor the awning, which is a replacement of what was there before, and the awning was replaced by this restaurant. None of them were filed for approval there and do not strictly comply. The shape and size of the awning doesn't strictly comply with the guidelines in the district, although the color and the graphics are compliant. I'm going to give you just a brief synopsis and then I'll back into the explanation of how we got to where we are with the various slides. This building was built prior to air conditioning, is similar to what was discussed in previous presentations. It's built full, and this store is on the corner, and there's nowhere to go with louvers and so on, and it's a challenge. And it appears that since even the designation photographs show that there were external air conditioning units at this location with awnings attempting to conceal them. It went through a few iterations. My client inherited the air conditioning units. He replaced the awning. We went through an extensive effort along with our mechanical engineers, Jackery and Associates, to try to come up with any kind of exterior components for the existing air conditioning system that could fit more compactly within a more regular shaped awning. And we did not succeed. I can show you the examples. And our conclusion is that in order to significantly change how this place is air conditioned and consequently how this exterior awning and any exterior units or to place them at the interior would require a major renovation of both the exterior and the interior, including possible interventions into the existing stone facade. So we are here today asking for a reprieve on the units and the awning, and I'll walk you through how we got to that position. The location of the building of the storefront is on the southwest corner of 93rd Street and Madison Avenue. The entrance to the store is on Madison. This is the existing configuration. The items in the bubbles are what we're dealing with at staff level and not up for discussion today. The awning, as you can see, extends beyond the storefront, which is not per the master plan for this location. And the shape of it is somewhat boxy to enclose the unit. There's a mesh bottom to it to further conceal the equipment that's there, and a mesh side panels. The mesh allows for ventilation to the exterior units. May I just inform everybody that ever since water-cooled air conditioning units were outlawed many decades ago now in New York City because of conservation issues, air-cooled units all require an exterior component or a component that has louver space to the exterior in order to function for air conditioning systems of any type except for a window unit. So a window unit for a restaurant of this size would not be anywhere near adequate. We typically, I do a lot of restaurant work. We typically find that 8 to 10 tons of air conditioning, sometimes 12 tons of air conditioning is appropriate. That would add up to about 8 to 10 different window units, which would be bizarre. So central air conditioning is a requirement here, and it's really hard to do in this location. I'm going to get this thing to move. Oops. I'm not getting the slide to move, folks. Can somebody give me a hand with that? Pardon me? Oh, okay. Thank you so much. These are the photo on the left is a designation photo. There was some type of air conditioning equipment under that awning, and as you can see with the vents on the top, and it is boxier and different from ordinary. There were some interim iterations of it. The latest one from 2018, my client's store opened in 2021, sort of at the end of the pandemic. We don't know when the air conditioning unit was swapped out. We do know that there was difficulty in getting equipment at that time. In any event, he inherited it and proceeded to try to conceal it as artfully possible with a new awning. I guess I'm really not good at this. Okay. In context, the historic, the designation photograph and the current photograph, and as I'll discuss in a couple of minutes, you can see that the wall on the north side of that building at the storefront level is solid masonry. It's either limestone or cast stone. And there's no provision for any kind of louvers or openings or windows or anything that could be used to ventilate air conditioning equipment. Additional context photographs. There are other awnings on the block that are also non-compliant. There are other stores that are tiny that have window units. It's a little bit of a, I don't know why I'm having trouble with this. Am I hitting it too hard? I apologize.
If you could just say next slide, I'll do it for you.
Yeah, I think we better do that. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine. No problem.
I used to pound on the old typewriter. Next slide, please. This is a map showing where our context photographs were taken. Next slide. This is context in the neighborhood. Most of the buildings surrounding are either smaller and or lower or have yards. This particular building is, we're basically landlocked. There's no yard or low rooftop where any kind of outdoor air conditioning equipment could be placed. It's a residential building above, and we cannot run through 10 floors of people's apartments to run piping to a high roof, and the high roof is part of the residential building as their recreation area. Unfortunately, it's concealed by the COVID kiosk outside, but you can see where the location is. Next slide, please. Additional context, other side of the street. Next slide. This is the historic photograph, and it shows that's the storefront that's circled in yellow. And you can see that there's just solid limestone all the way around, and no provision for air conditioning louvers. Next slide, please. This is the master plan that Landmarks provided. There is some variation in this area. They're not all uniform, and uniformity is not required. Ours is just a little bit taller and wider than from the front. I don't think particularly objectionable. It actually is a rather pretty storefront. From the side, it's a little bit boxy, but it does conceal the equipment. Next slide, please. Additional views. Next slide, please. This is these are some photographs of the air conditioning equipment that's up there, which rationalizes why I don't want to cover it up. The mesh is there that effectively you don't notice it when you're walking below, but the mesh does allow for breathability of the equipment. There are 2 units up there currently. We've labeled them AC1 and AC2. AC1 is a more compact type of unit that's nominally called a suitcase unit. AC2 is a more conventional type of unit that you might see in a residential yard. Both of them require clearances around them in order for proper ventilation and consequently the boxy shape of the awning. Next slide, please. Previous iterations had big holes cut in the awning. It's a challenge. Next slide. The interior of the space is completely renovated, completely fitted out. The storefront is very low because above is masonry, and you can see that any kind of intervention to place air conditioning equipment at the interior would require major renovation, complete redo of the storefront, and probably some kind of cutting of an opening, perhaps in the solid masonry wall on the north side. I think it's challenging, and we have a tenant here who's a small business. It would be quite a hardship to stop at this point and redesign everything. So we ask for relief on that. Next slide, please. Other buildings on the block, as I mentioned, have yards or low roofs. We do not, and we have an unusually solid blank wall on the north side. I wish they'd given us some windows. We would have easily been able to figure out something to put louvers or something there, but there aren't any windows. Next slide, please. We studied in detail 3 possible alternates with the idea of, well, Kamal, could your air conditioning guy just take that chunky unit out of there, put another one in, and suppress the size of the awning? Well, we found out through research on available products that could be swapped out that yes, the slimmer units are available, but the slimmer units require additional clearances. And so by the time you have the clearances required, because they exhaust on the sides and in a more compact way, by the time you have the clearances, you don't appreciably change the size of the awning, the size or shape. And anything other than a direct swap out of equipment would require major renovation, as I explained before. So I can show you briefly our studies. Next slide, please. This is the existing scheme, and the dotted units are, you can see where the top of the storefront is, and then behind the awning, and then you can see where unit 1 and unit 2, AC1 and AC2, and the side profile. Next slide. If we were to replace unit 2, which is the chunky guy, with a suitcase type unit, the thing is extremely tall and requires additional clearances that we don't have. So that awning would be going up another several feet and sticking out more. So that one didn't work. Side to side clearances are required because these things exhaust sideways as well as requiring up and down. Next slide, please. This one takes the unit 1 concept, which is the suitcase unit, and replicates it along, putting 3 of them across. It looks pretty cool from the front, but from the side, the clearances are such that the shape doesn't change appreciably. The other problem with it is that because we'd leave 1 in place, replacing 2 for 1 unit would require complete redo of how the piping and the ductwork are at the interior, because they are currently controlled by 1 unit. So there's a hardship there that would be challenging, and the shape and size of the unit of the awning is still non-compliant. Next slide, please. Lastly, we looked at what would have to happen to install a unit at the interior and have an awning. And this is the case where we'd land up with, cut stone and louvers, and the size of the louver is indicated as to what would be needed. The interior would be a major situation. But what we found is that by putting an awning up anywhere near the Louvre requires significant clearances that would make the awning as chunky as it is currently. And so we came to the conclusion, this is the last of the alternates that were swappable, outable, even conceptually with what's there now. We came to the conclusion that a complete rethinking of this storefront and exterior facade and stone would have to be addressed at some point in the future to change the air conditioning situation, and that there wasn't a quick or easy fix. Next slide, please. Once again, what was there before? What's there now? Next slide, please. This is some additional context of other awnings. It's not exactly a uniform streetscape. There is a menagerie of awnings and conditions on the street. We're not avowing that any of these are permitted, but we do know that these do not have violations currently. Next slide, please. Some more context. Next slide, please. And some more. In conclusion, we also studied, well, how can we make this thing a little bit better? Should we remove the mesh on the bottom? Should we remove the sides? And we came to the conclusion that removing those things and exposing the air conditioning equipment, which you all saw before, would not be a particularly attractive option. So we're asking for relief on these items from the commission, and with the understanding that we have a small business who's a good neighbor by all accounts, and who opened his store at the end of the pandemic and kind of did this. So I do have the store tenant, Mr. Kamal Bader, right here. He'd like to say a few words.
Yes, please come up to the mic and state your name if you'd like to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Kamal, co-owner of here in Hudson. As Alta mentioned, we did not have too many options for the AC. When we took over the place, the AC was there. All what we did is we replaced the awning with the awning that reflects our name on it. And we did our best to mesh it down so the vent is working properly. We're sorry that we did not know it was not up to the compliance of the LPC requirements. Go to the work acceptance with to change the AC is really putting us out of business, because it requires the top, the floors, the walls, the shape of the store is a little weird because it's going to go through the building walls, nothing's exposed. So if you kindly just reprieve us from this, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, are there questions? Yes, Commissioner Chapin.
Just the base of this building is cast stone, is that correct?
It says cast stone in the designation report. Leanne Pollock, who worked with us on this, says she's fairly convinced it's limestone. I couldn't tell exactly whether it was a manufactured stone or whether it was natural stone. But it appears, and she agrees, the building was originally built in the 1890s, and as it looks like on the upper part of it, but apparently the storefront level looks as if it was replaced in the 30s, perhaps, and that the stonework, whether it's cast or limestone, was done at that time.
Okay, Commissioner Ginsburg.
When the restaurant moved in, they did an interior renovation?
We did.
And was that filed at the building department?
I don't have any knowledge about that.
Okay.
They did decorative. It was an existing restaurant. Right.
Yes, Commissioner Chu.
So the restrictions for the awnings are that they should match the storefront opening. Is that the guidelines?
So in order to get a staff level permit, and what we generally strive for at the commission level is an awning that recalls historic retractable awnings. And so specifically laid out in the rule for a staff level permit is that the awning must be at the top of the opening or the transom bar, conform to the size of the storefront opening, have a straight slope, a flexible skirt, and open sides and an open underside.
Okay. And in this case, the existing building, when I look at the one couple of historic shots, which are really grainy, it looks like there's a stone transom over the storefront, but I can't see them anywhere now because they're all.
You can see by awnings. I looked up there, it is stone and it
Yeah.
appears that they just well, it's awfully boxy. And I think what they did is just did a little bit of light and shadow and moved the stone in and out for
There's a bit of
simplicity.
recess, but
It's
I
a
don't.
recess, but it's not like glass or anything. that you
No,
could just-
understood,
Right,
but it
right.
is a masonry recess.
There's a masonry recess.
And that's
up there.
behind the awning right now. It's being
That's
hidden.
correct.
But that datum, is that respected in any of the street front awnings?
None of them.
None of them, we can see it.
It's none of them
They
have
all went
that.
over it.
They all went over it.
Do you have maybe a photo that shows the whole ground floor?
Yeah.
And I will say, at commission level, we have approved variations in the height of awnings to deal with some existing underlying condition.
There's definitely, there's
That's the picture. That's the only thing that we can really see now that shows us what.
right. It's the historic photograph, and whether or not any of that was filled in, I just can't tell because
1427.
you can't see it.
Page 1427. So I think there might be an indication.
We're going down, I think, right? We want to go up.
Page 1427.
So go forward. There we go. One. That's it.
There you go. See where it says AC2?
Yes.
Above AC2?
Yeah, that's that's what's allowing there to be some clearance behind the unit. So there's some air behind there, and we do reflect that in our sections that we drew.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would stick out even more. And probably everybody on the block was taking advantage of that a little extra 8 inches of space or to ventilate behind.
But it's interesting. The cleaners doesn't look like it has that panel.
The cleaners,
go to page 14, one more
I think the
slide.
cleaners has a window unit, but you can see it above there. I think you can see it. There is some recess. I don't know. No, that's an entry. That's
Yeah,
the
that's an
entry.
entry recess.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I was looking at that as well because some of the awnings are significantly lower and it's not there. So there's probably some subsequent stonework done over the decades that did that, but we have no knowledge or record of that. But ours does have the recess. I could see it up there, and it's providing some behind ventilation that's required for these things. Can't be smack up against a wall. They have to be about 10 or 12 inches away from the wall, 8 to 12 inches away, depending on the unit.
So Alta, if you have the AC unit 1, which is the smaller unit,
Correct.
and then AC 2 is the larger unit, which is what really is sort of driving this 2 sloped shape, right? And I wondered, did you explore, I guess, if you do the suitcase units, you have to do 3 to get the same amount?
We can't get the tonnage. The other thing that's deceptive, Chair Carroll, is that the suitcase units, even though they look really neat and cute and flat, they require extra space in front of them and to either side because they're so compact. They have no area the big chunky guy is in the round and it has a lot of surface area.
Okay.
It's a conundrum to do a direct replacement. That was what we tried. Very hard to do. And we were surprised at how, now the whole industry with air conditioning is changing now and things are going to heat pumps and other types of things, but that requires a redo of all the interior units as well. And to reiterate, there is no option for no exterior exhaust and fresh air ventilation around condensers. Even if it's an interior unit, then you have to provide ample louver space to allow for that to happen. The days of water-cooled units, which is what everybody used to do in these commercial spaces, is over. They're illegal and you can't do them.
Okay. And just to kind of push this question a little bit further, is there anything between the suitcase size and the existing size that might be a little less deep that would help you at least get a
There is
straight
not.
flow?
You'd have to go to an interior unit.
Okay.
The whole industry is the way with the LED lighting fixtures. Now the whole industry is changing. The whole industry is changing, and the city is changing their regulations towards a heat pump, towards electric heat pump systems, which are flatter. They're being designed. They're tall right now. The heat pump units. We showed one slide that shows that kind of taller, slimmer, that guy. They're very tall and skinny. You cannot mount them horizontally. We asked that question. They're intended to be mounted vertically, and we've all seen them around. That's kind of the way of the future. The heat pump units, these are not heat pump units, but they look similar to that. And it's a problem. It's like, what you do with that thing? It's really tall. So we could not find, nor could our engineers find, a swap out that had a size and shape that could help us ameliorate that chunky double, that kind of
the two slopes.
Yeah, the kind of mansardy thing there that we just couldn't do it. This one doesn't work because it doesn't have the clearances, and it's I was surprised at how challenging it was to figure out something. I thought surely there must have been, but no. And that leads me to believe that's why whomever swapped out, this unknown individual who swapped out that air conditioning unit, must have run into a snag and said, uh-oh, I can't find something that's going to work with my interior thing. And they stuck that thing there. That's kind of what I'm surmising. And first I thought, oh, what a clumsy mess. And then I tried to do it myself and was not successful.
Okay, Commissioner Goldblum.
Is there a reason why the awning has to go as wide as it does, left to right?
There is. It's the if you're concealing the units, you need to have clearances for air circulation.
You can't use mesh like you're using on the bottom?
We do have mesh on the side.
So isn't that the circulation that you're looking for?
No, it has to be, you need a clearance to any kind of you can't include, you're not really supposed to enclose air conditioning units at all, but the flat guys, they exhaust to the side, and consequently you need you can't put a mesh panel right up next to it, is what I'm saying. You need to have it's going to burn itself out. The companies, they'll suck the fabric in or something like that. They require a certain dimension. We have it. We showed it on our diagrams. It's challenging. It's just that one particular building that doesn't have a rear yard. It doesn't have a low roof. It doesn't have a setback, and it doesn't have any openings on the street.
One-story building that's
it's not part of this building. No.
What if you didn't have any mesh on the side? You just have
we looked at that, and we thought, based on effectively, if you say take a pair of scissors and cut the mesh off, yeah, we could do that. Is that better? Our judgment was probably not, because then you're going to see that all that stuff in there, particularly from the 93rd, because it's on the corner. If it wasn't on the corner, I think that we would propose to do that. We're not particularly objecting to that because it's fairly easy to do, but we think that might be making it worse.
Okay.
Yeah, because of the corner.
It make it a little less wide, but
it's the corner. Well, then we have to redo the whole. It doesn't. It just seems to us not worth redoing the whole awning for something that's going to continue to be boxy. Because this other guy, this one on the other side, they require that kind of clearance, and the awning structure currently is wider as it was before when it was designated, and they, because of similar issues. So, yeah, we could take the bottom off and we could take the sides off, but we thought it looked pretty awful. And if it's on a corner and you can see right smack into that thing right now, yeah, it's boxy, but it looks, the place looks pretty elegant. I mean, it's a nice storefront. It doesn't look, in our opinion, we understand that it's non-compliant. We get that. It just isn't that jarring considering the rest of the streetscape. That's our position.
Okay. All right. Other questions? Okay. All right. Why don't we move to public testimony? We may have more questions after that. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? Noting that there's nobody in the room to speak on this item, I will turn it over to Gregory to take us through the remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received a couple of sign-ups beforehand. The first we'll be hearing from is Nuha Ansari from the Friends of the Upper East Side. So Nuha Ansari, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Chair Carroll, Honourable Commissioners, my name is Nuha Ansari and I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. Friends Preservation Committee is a strong believer in and advocate for the master plan for storefronts on Madison Avenue. Given the frequency of modifications to storefront infill along the avenue as it winds up the historic districts of the Upper East Side, it is crucial that the guidelines set out in the master plan are enforced in order to maintain both its commercial vitality and its historic fabric, which together create the special character of this area. Although we would not like this to set a precedent, we recognize the difficult circumstances presented here. A lack of space where air conditioning units could appropriately be concealed, and the consequent need for a large and boxy awning. We join our colleagues at Carnegie Hill Neighbours in suggesting that the Commission approve this application on a provisional basis only for a limited term and have the applicants come back at the end of that and find another solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will be hearing from John Graham from the Victorian Society of New York. So John Graham, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society of New York. The Victorian Society does not support legalization of this large, bulky awning, which seems to have been designed to incorporate as many features which do not conform to the awning guidelines as possible. The previously installed blue awning shown on slide 22 was bad. Their awning installer managed to make the new one worse. We'll note that the immediate neighbor at Carnegie Cleaners in the same building has installed an awning which appears to meet the rules, slides 4, 6, and 12. We urge the applicant to look at the installation at Carnegie Cleaners. We urge the Commission to deny this legalization. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will be hearing from Lo Vandervalk from the Carnegie Hill Neighbors. So Lo Vandervalk, I am promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Carroll and Commissioners, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Lo Vandervalk, and I'm representing the views of Carnegie Hill Neighbors. Carnegie Hill Neighbors is seeking to avoid two possible outcomes: to legalize or to reject and require a new and complying installations. Both alternatives are undesirable in our view. Legalizing would grandfather a bulky and non-complying installation. A do-over would impose an inordinate hardship on the restaurant owner. Therefore, CHN is proposing that LPC approve a temporary extension of the existing condition for a period of 5 years or so, whatever the Commission deems appropriate, Such an extension opens the possibility of new technology that will allow for smaller units and more efficient installations that will allow more effective airflow, for example. This would also open the possibility of greater efficiency and a reduction in electricity use, which would benefit the environment. This will also impose less of a hardship on the owner, who, along with another restaurant on the same block that he owns, is providing a great and much appreciated service in the Carnegie Hill community. From our earlier informal contacts with LPC staff to propose this solution, we have received some encouragement that this solution might prove acceptable to the Commission. We are pleased to note that Community Board 8 in its resolution embraced this alternative, recommending a temporary extension of the existing conditions on a provisional basis, quote, on a provisional basis only for a period of 5 years. And they voted 41 in favor, 1 opposed. We hope this solution will prove acceptable to the Commission. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I am looking through the attendees list now, and I do not see any further hands raised. So I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends approval. And I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to the comments we've heard?
I would. The results of our discussion at the community board and the recommendations were amenable to working with you guys for some type of extension, such as what they propose, which roughly coincides with the term of the lease of the tenant, with the understanding that any future major renovation would have to include a complete relook at this situation, but that to do that relook now is a terrible hardship for the store, for the restaurant.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Ginsburg.
This is probably for council. Can we do a 5-year temporary approval?
Well, I think that it does raise some precedent issues that I think are complicated.
Well, Mark, first start with the mechanism to do that, because that is something we have done before.
I mean, it's typically done with a long compliance date is what we would
But
do.
just to explain, so what that would mean is that we would have to find that the installation is inappropriate and deny it. And with every denial, we then, in that denial, we put in a date by which they need to correct it. And so that we have kind of standard ones that we work with, which are within a year usually. And so the question about doing an extended compliance date is something we have done in the past. And now we go, I just wanted to give the background.
Right. Thank you, Sarah. And so the issue really is what would that compliance date be, and what's the, how would one come up with that? And I think the staff feels that the best way to approach this is to deny the application and then have them work with the staff over the next, period of time while we're trying to figure out what that compliance date should be, going into more detail on the various options and just sort of allowing them to continue to explore things.
May I respond to that or no?
I don't think we haven't closed the hearing yet. So.
Okay. Well, we've exhausted the modifications that could be possible or even thought possible to what's there. And we're looking at a complete redesign, probably including additional openings at the exterior and all sorts of stuff that would not be something we could work with staff on as an ongoing scenario. I don't think it would be economically feasible or productive to do that, because we don't know whether this tenant would remain in this store after his lease expires. So basically, we're asking leave it for this. The 5-year time period seemed, obviously we'd love to have it approved, but if that's not on the table, we would say the 5-year time period would work for us, at which time my client would either stay in the space, or if things were going really well, maybe do a major renovation and see what was available then. But it would be a redesign. It would be shut the place down and redo it, and then come back to LPC with some possibly significant interventions to get something in there to allow for louvers at the interior, because enclosing the air conditioning units with an awning is never going to be a compliant awning. Take the awning off altogether and see those things there, but that's pretty awful. So,
okay.
I think the other thing is that there is a question that I have for you, Chair Carroll, is there is a violation that we need to clear. And if it's an ongoing thing, there's no closure on that. So we'd like to clear it for that period of time and then hopefully not get it back again.
All right. So should the commission move forward with the idea of an extended compliance date, which would mean denying it and allowing a longer period of time to be determined, I think is in our discussion, that would mean that the violation would remain in effect. However, to the extent that you have this sort of period in which to correct it, we could work with you on other buildings, department permits, or other things that you need that violation may affect.
There were some problems with that, of course. And so that would be beyond my scope, but it would be with the landlord and so forth. But if there would be some way of understanding that violation that could be a temporary waiver, because of that, I think that would probably be all right.
Yeah.
I mean, the loft board does that kind of thing.
Right. So we could work around the issues that violation presents. Commissioner Goldblum, did you have another question?
Yeah. Is it the case that that the air conditioners here are not too new? They're pretty old.
Well, there's a question. They seem to have gotten changed out periodically over. There were air conditioners there in the 1992 photographs, and I don't think these are not the same ones that were there. One of them might have been changed at one point in time, another one at another as they conked out or whatever. They're not brand new, no.
The Google Maps Street View pictures from 2009 show Bistro du Nord that was there, and it looks like it's the same configuration of air conditioners.
Is it's we believe it's a different unit, but we're not sure.
Because
a different unit from 1981, right? 1981 is the designation photo.
I think no, I thought it was 1992. This is the annex,
Carnegie Hill,
right? Carnegie Hill annex.
Yeah.
92, 93 had
had
something, had a boxy awning of some type there with things in it.
This looks like it has a unit in the exact same place as your big unit on the right.
It's not the same unit.
It's not the same unit.
We looked at that. It has a grill it has a circular thing on the front, and this one doesn't. This one is an in the round unit. Somebody replaced the unit.
Okay.
No, they didn't file it. We don't know who it was, and we don't know when.
And in any of your scenarios, did you explore modifications to the canopy apart from leaving out mesh or other things that might make it less awful?
I don't think there's much we can do with what's there besides just wrecking it, basically cutting big holes in it or something. And I just couldn't, when you walk up to it, understanding that it's non-compliant and all that, when you walk up to it, looking at the front, it looks pretty nice. The color's good, the fabric's good, the graphic's good, it's symmetrical. I don't know that cutting holes in it or opening the sides we talked about, we're amenable to that if that will help us get an approval. If not, we'd just as soon leave it and try to get the 5-year extension. I don't see any real way to make this thing look better with the current setup.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I have a sort of related question, but I was wondering if you or the staff can think of any instance, and I can't right now, of, screening air conditioners without not using, an awning, but some other kind of screen, which obviously we got lots of them on rooftops and things like that. But something at a storefront level, can you think of anything we've seen that might be useful?
No, I mean, I think, with like security gate housings, we have concealed those with sort of box sign or approved, legalizing in many cases, concealing them with a box sign. But then that's just a box that projects, and these are quite large, and I'm not sure that would be a more, a better solution. And I'm not sure it would provide the air circulation that's needed as well.
Yeah, I
It's
was
too
thinking
tight.
of something more open, like you might see sometimes where you're disguising an air conditioning unit for a residence or something, that is a little more, it'd be odd, but maybe not odder than this. I don't know. I mean, I just am throwing it out because, there's, this is a unusual situation for us.
Yeah.
Well, there would need to be a complete redo of the storefront to accommodate louvers. Right now, the storefront, and a redo of the system. Yeah, that was what I meant, that if in the next, after the 5 years, then look at the whole thing all over again, blank canvas, how do we do this? Right now, the storefront is rather pretty. It's got curves and it goes in and out, and there's nowhere to put louvers that are high enough above the ground and high enough above the interior to put a large unit. You end up with this big thing over your head right here. It's very challenging. It's a difficult situation. That corner with there's no relief on the north side. If there had been masonry openings of any type on the north side, we could have worked with you to do something, but there aren't. And to make them as part of this is a huge project.
Okay. And just, was the storefront also in place when you took over the space? You didn't replace the storefront?
It's in the designation photo.
Okay.
It's there.
It's there since designation.
Yes.
All right, commissioners, any final questions? All right, let's move to our discussion. Commissioner Holford Smith, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing's closed and we'll begin our discussion. And this is, as we've heard, a situation where this tenant sort of inherited an existing storefront and units that were installed at some point since designation without permits, replacing other units that were there at the time of designation. And so having inherited that condition and not having the opportunity to redesign the storefront, working with the existing storefront and doing minor changes on the interior, installed an awning to conceal the unit and provide some signage for the business. And so we have to look today at both the units and the awning. And we understand that this is a difficult time for businesses. We do appreciate that. And I think in our discussions, we will try, I think, to be as sympathetic as we can be. But there is a challenge in that the awning, it just in so many ways doesn't meet the kind of typical standards. Sometimes we do approve awnings that don't follow every one of the criteria and the rule, but there's, some portion of it that does have a redeeming factor, like it aligns with other awnings on the store or on the base of the building or other things like that, or it has a straight slope, even if the height isn't in the right place. This one is challenging. So one discussion that we've had so far is the question of not approving it, denying it, but allowing the applicant some time to correct it, which would give them an opportunity to move through their lease and just determine whether they think that they want to, potentially renew in the future. And at some point, then thinking about a redesign that addresses this condition. And that's something we can think about and talk about. The staff is suggesting that the applicant work with the staff to determine that appropriate time frame. But you all may have other suggestions as we begin our discussion. So let's do that. Commissioner Chu, would you like to start this one? It was like, everybody's like, don't
Yes,
start.
thanks. Okay, I think you've done a pretty thorough analysis of options. I mean, I think we all recognize the specific challenge to this case. At the same time, I do feel that although we really sympathize with your condition, I think it'd be very dangerous for the commission to approve this because it's just so much wider, taller, two pitches than the standards that we need to uphold. Understanding that a solution that would satisfy the commission would involve a lot more work. I just want to point out that that's often what architecture is doing a design and then coordinating your systems to make sure that that design is realized that way. Of course, this building is much older and did not accommodate the systems that we do need present day. I do think that in order for us to uphold the landmark status of this building, we have to protect the street experience. And that means respecting those very clearly defined openings and that distinction from the very flat area all around it. And you can see what's happened is these different awnings that if we allow that, it will just proliferate even more. And I think this will be a precedent used for many, many more proposals that we will see. So I would be very interested in trying to find a way to work with the applicant, but deny this proposal. Thank you.
I agree with that analysis. The issue for me is the time and the issue of the violation. 5 years is a long time for design. And I would imagine most construction projects in the city is 2 years. So I think a 1 year would be absolutely reasonable to solve this problem. In terms of the violation, I leave that to others, to the commission to decide.
Okay, Commissioner Holford Smith.
I agree with Commissioner Chu's assessment of the situation. My understanding with the 5-year suggestion is that would sort of coincide with the tenant's lease. There may be advancements in technology that units might get smaller. At that time, they might have the means to renovate the entire restaurant. So that to me seems reasonable. I don't think, I know it is a long time for this condition to remain. But I can find that reasonable.
Okay. And just to circle back to you, Commissioner Chu, I know you were open to an extended compliance date. Do you have a feeling on that period of time?
No, I think that's.
Okay. Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah. Obviously, I'm, sympathetic to the problems and the issues. Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Chu in general that we should not, we don't want to legalize this situation. It's too much of a problem. I am concerned about a new, let's say this runs to the end of this tenancy, that the ownership, and I don't know, it looked like the ownership listed is actually, I think that's a management company, though maybe I'm incorrect, but I recognize the name on it. Anyway, how do we ensure that the owner makes sure that the new tenant doesn't just move in and think, oh, great, and I mean, yes, there's a violation against the property, but there's no incentive to, when you move in, you're going to have to correct this situation. You're not going to just move in and take over, and then we're in the same situation with a new tenant that I can't afford to do it, and so on forever and ever. So I am a little concerned about that, which is independent of this applicant here. So anyway, I wonder how we can possibly deal with that. It sounds like they're not going to find a solution, and 5 years is a long time to, have it just be sitting there, but
But as Commissioner Holford Smith pointed out, right, in 5 years, technologies may change. That would allow for.
Having the violation will restrict them from and any new applicant, restrict them from filing a DOB. They'll have an outstanding violation. That'll be the trigger.
They won't be able to pull a DOB permit or an LPC permit.
Hopefully.
No, I mean, there is a legally,
but it would hold up permits.
You are correct. You are correct. Anyway, so, I agree with the two previous commissioners, what they've had to say so far, and just wanting to make sure that, the owner is also, really kind of put on notice about this, so it can be ultimately corrected.
Yeah, absolutely. And when the owner would also, actually the denial letter would go to the owner.
Yeah.
So, all right, Commissioner Goldblum.
Okay. I think I'm okay with the 5-year solution, but I do want to add some comments to it. First of all, the notion that anybody could stick an air conditioning unit that was meant to be put on on the side of a yard of a house, stick it in the front facade of a building is just, it's preposterous. It's not a standard commercial unit, especially if it's from post 2008 or something. We're not, it's egregious. And our standard is supposed to be, would we have approved it had it been presented de novo? And the answer is clearly not. I think also one of the comments that came up during the conversation was that the width of the canopy is determined, at least on the right side, as you're looking at it, by a clearance requirement with mesh. I think that, I've been looking at this storefront of this building. The width is almost as bad as the height and bulk. So to the extent that the width can be pared down to align with the sides of the storefront on both sides, even if that results in an open side, I think that's a dramatic improvement and should be done immediately and not be held up for the 5-year period. I think that's a very low cost request that will make a significant improvement in the interim to the thing. At the same time, I would also suggest the applicant look with staff at reducing the height of the canvas. Looking at it in elevation on the applicant's drawings, it looks like there is a fair amount of space between the ridge of the mansard and the top of the unit. And I think that the staff can go across the street and look at, make a hole or something, or make a mark and see where the top visibility would be and bring that down. So if you can reduce the height and the width, you still got this weird mansard shape and this projection that's inappropriate. But I think that you've made the 5-year period a whole lot more tolerable by doing those two relatively affordable fixes.
Okay. Commissioner Ginsburg.
I agree with many of my fellow commissioners' comments. This is an unfortunate situation that was not created by the current tenant. I would hate us to do something to force them to close their business. And so I think the 5-year solution is probably the best solution of a not great set of choices.
Okay. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment. I would leave it to Commissioner Goldblum's suggestions. I would leave it to the field visit with the staff. I'm not sure whether. My only concern is whether by making it open-ended would it make it even more unsightly by seeing the side of the AC units.
At a prominent corner.
On a corner. I do not know what the visibility looks like. So, but it's an interesting suggestion. But his point is well taken that if we can reduce the width, but I'm not so sure whether
on the pedestrian level, walking up for people passing by the corner, would that make it even worse or unsightly?
Okay, Vice Chair Bland.
Yeah, this is a bad situation, not caused by the current tenant. The exploration of alternatives has seemed to be exhausted, and I'm not sure tweaking it actually makes it much better either. But if others think that that's okay, then I'd go along with that. But I think the 5-year solution seems reasonable to me, given the fact that we don't want to penalize this tenant to the point of going out of business at this place. So it would make a long-term cure happen, I think, because we would insist after 5 years something does change. So I'm okay with the 5-year solution and let it be, or maybe some tweaks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I think let me make this motion because I think I'll try to get a lot into this. All right. In the matter of docket number 23-11-434-312 Madison Avenue in the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District, a Renaissance Revival style apartment hotel designed by George W. Spitzer and built in 1897. This is an application to legalize the installation of an awning and HVAC units. And I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District. I also note that the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District designation report identifies Madison Avenue as a unique commercial thoroughfare where large apartment buildings included storefronts at the ground floor, that row houses were converted for commercial uses predominantly between the 1920s through the 1950s, and that ground floor infill has successfully responded to changing needs and uses of retail and restaurant tenants over time. Finally, I know that the mechanical equipment mounted to the building above the storefront and hidden by the awning appears to have been present since prior to the building's designation and was replaced in the past without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I recommend denial, finding that the large mass of the mechanical equipment has resulted in the installation of an awning whose large size and atypical profile overwhelm the storefront and detract from the building, and that the evaluation of alternative solutions has not been fully explored, and additional options could become available as tenants change. However, I do find that the larger awning helps to conceal the utilitarian mechanical equipment while allowing for required clearances for ventilation. That given the size of the building and inconsistent treatment of storefronts and awnings at this building, the installation does not disrupt a uniform treatment at the ground floor, so some variation could be appropriate, and that the masonry base at the building is simply designed and the storefront was replaced prior to the building's designation. Therefore, the work does not conceal any significant architectural features or historic fabric. However, I recommend that the applicant continue to work with staff to explore options for addressing the height and width of the awning, including potentially opening the sides, and determine whether that doesn't make the units more visible, and that the applicant that we will allow, given that exploration, we will allow a 5-year compliance state for relocating mechanical equipment and removing or replacing the awning that takes into the account the need to study these other options. And in the event that a smaller AC unit is not visible, the potential to perform significant interior alterations. So in other words, allowing a compliance date of 5 years to give the applicant the opportunity to redesign in such a way that the awning and the unit would be acceptable to the Landmarks Commission, And that understanding that that would involve exterior and interior changes potentially. All right. Vice Chair Bland, would you second that motion?
Gladly. Just a second.
Thank you.
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, so that's approved. You can explore with staff options to modify the awning. The staff can determine whether those are satisfactory or fulfill any of our goals. And if not, the awning may remain and the unit may remain for a term up to 5 years. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move to the next and final item.
That's public hearing item number 6, LPC 23-10212. An application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 831, lot 33. 1 West 29th Street, AKA 270 to 272 Fifth Avenue, Marble Collegiate Church individual landmark. This is a Romanesque revival style church with Gothic revival style details designed by Samuel A. Warner and built in 1851 to 54 with later additions. The application is to construct a stair bay and reclad secondary facades.
Screen is locked out. Are you okay? No. It's a reset screen.
Abby, could you check the slides? It seems like it might be frozen.
Um,
The slides are fine. I think you might have to re-log in.
Yeah.
Does
Does anyone have the?
Abby, could you do the advanced slides for us again on this last presentation?
So you'll just call in advance the slide. Great. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Rusiello, Preservation Staff. Marble Collegiate Individual Landmark is located at the northwest corner of Fifth Avenue and West 29th Street, excuse me. The project architect, Matthew Mantia, is here to present, and he has a sample of Luder's limestone to pass around. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matthew Mantia. I'm a representative from Howard L. Zimmerman's office. We are here proposing that we clad the western exposed wall with the Luder's limestone to be more in line with the natural stone elements throughout the church, which is primary elevations. This project started off following the demolition of the adjacent property, which exposed the full west elevation. There were that was done underneath the LPC application from 2014. Following that, the church had entered into a joint venture with the adjacent property developers in 2019, and in 2021, the adjacent property got foreclosed on and nearly caused the Collegiate Church Corporation to go bankrupt, which put a hold on that application from 2019. They've since gotten their feet back underneath them and looking to move forward with this development of this west elevation. As part of the development of the west elevation, we are looking to propose that we restore the stair bump out, which can be viewed. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. We can go to sheet number 2, please. The adjacent property, when it was still in place, was connected to our church via limestone portico at ground level. The stair bump out was also built up to the height of the roof, which acted as a connector at each level, floors 1, 2, and 3 into the church. Following the demolition of the adjacent property, that bump out was brought down to the first level height, where the stairs are still utilized and in place at the ground level and the cellar level. In the lower right-hand corner, the photo that we see there is the condition of the church entranceway along West 29th Street following the removal of the limestone portico. As part of this application, you can see over the archway of the main entrance, that stone needed to be replaced. Georgia white marble was approved for the repairs around the entranceway over here. which was also reviewed as part of our current application. Right now, the church feels that the Georgia white marble is not a adequate match to the Tuckahoe marble, which is existing throughout the facades. It is a bright white. There is gray veining present throughout. And there were previous attempts to stain the marble as well, which failed. The stain did not take and it faded away shortly after the application. Next slide, please. The upper photos in the left-hand corner show the current condition of the west elevation. Existing windows were infilled, and as you can see from the waterproofing, that area which was originally built up or previously built up has been taken down to the utilized stair bay. The adjacent site is currently still excavated with no development plans in the foreseeable future at this time. The bottom right-hand photo depicts the preliminary design concepts for the adjacent property, which was part of the 2019 application. As part of this design development, the adjacent property was to be tied in to the church as well. And this open plaza on the southeast corner of the adjacent property would have left exposed at least half of the west elevation, which led the church to want to clad the red common brick wall. Part of the features that were replicated, you can see about halfway up, just around the second floor level there. There's a tapered element which was brought out in the original designs. Next slide, please. As mentioned in the left-hand photo, you could see that the bump out was brought up to the height of the roof previously. The lower portion was clad in limestone. That was within the limestone portico. The area above is a red common brick, and that bridged the gap between the two buildings. That was brought down due to issues with water infiltration at the time, and the church is proposing that we restore the height of that. The intent is to replicate some of the profiled features present at all the stone piers throughout the church, to make it look more of an original element to the building as instead of a secondary feature. Okay. As part of the development of the west elevation as well, there is a small portion highlighted in orange in the center photo over here, which is the Tuckahoe marble, which we are proposing to remove to allow for a clean transition of the limestone cladding to be terminated behind the downspout. This is also to address some leakage issues that we have over here. The intent with this is to allow a clean break and to not key in dissimilar materials. The gutter will act as a transitionary break, allowing the slight offset of tones to blend more easily. And as you can see, the areas that are highlighted with the purple arrows are going to be the elements, the profile elements that we're looking to replicate at the bump out. Next slide, please. Thank you. The upper elevations that we have here are the existing conditions on the site. As you can see from the property line, this bump out does protrude past the property line approximately 1'9". We are again looking to bring that element up to the previous height. We're looking to clad the elevation with primarily a 1 foot by 2 foot stone to match the existing profiles of the stones throughout the facades. The profile elements that we're looking to replicate at the bump out would only be present at the south and north face of it, leaving the west elevation flush. This was intentional due to the fact that although the preliminary designs for the adjacent property do show an open plaza on the southeast corner, there is the chance that that property may be developed all the way up to the property line, and that would be directly abutting this bump out as well. That's also one of the reasons why we're looking to restore it to the height of the roof. That way there's not a one-story gap between the buildings. We want to really make it look like it's part of the original features of the building and ties into the pier elements that are throughout all the primary facades. Next slide, please. Here we blew up some of the profile elements that we're looking to replicate at that bump out over there at the base of the building. We have some profiled pieces, some profile base pieces along with a band course. At the mid-level, we have something of a tapered profile piece, which would be causing the bump outs to step back slightly, as well as a profile band course along the top as well. Next slide, please. This is just the existing conditions of the profiles that are present throughout the building. Next slide, please. And these are a few of the samples that we went through. To the far left, sorry, to the far right on your left, is the Luter's limestone sample with the standard buff with the bush hammered finish. In our professional opinion, this is a very close match to the existing stone. The bush hammered finish captures the weather textured look that is present throughout the building as well. On the upper middle photo, you can see the Georgia white that was previously approved, and you can see the installation that was done at the jamb to the entranceway. It does stand out significantly against the existing Tuckahoe marble. On the lower section, we have some additional samples, including Indiana limestone, Egyptian gold, Blanco marble, and a French limestone. The Egyptian gold was a close match as well. There are golden hues present throughout the elevation. However, there is too much gold in that sample. The sample was documented against a clean sample on the building. The lower portion of the building was power washed previously. So that is why in some of the other photos, you are seeing a little bit more of a golden hue there, which is the unclean sections. And that is our presentation.
So just one question. I know you looked at the Georgia marble that was previously approved for the front entrance after the removal of the portico. Yes. But in 2019, the permit we issued for the side for recladding the side facade, I believe we approved limestone.
Yes. So as part of that application, which was approved for design only, there was a Jurastone with a J, which is a German limestone. Samples were never obtained or submitted for that material. And then when we were looking into that, it kind of looked like it had something of a gradient on it, which it looked like a textured finish to it, but it was a smooth surface. So it didn't go well with the facade. So we did consider that as well. And then James had also mentioned in some of the minutes that an Indiana limestone was also considered at a point as well.
Okay. All right. So we previously approved recladding this facade in limestone and creating new window openings to give it its own face. And so this application is to propose a different limestone. And in addition, it involves replacing the sort of a fragment of the marble at the front where you're going to be rebuilding.
That's approximately a 1'6" return over there.
Okay. And in the scheme that was previously approved, did that stair bump out? Was that to the cutting down of that stair bump out? Was that part of the 2019 approval or?
The bringing it down to height, I don't think it was part of the previous approval.
Did the previous approval address that bump out at all?
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
James Rusiello, preservation staff. Yes, the previous 2019 perforated design only drawings did show that bump out, but actually continued the bump out, kind of reading it flush across the facade.
Okay.
So the original 2016 approval had windows, and then 2019, it was brought back to just no windows, but kind of flush out with a lot of dead space in between.
Okay. All right. So really the amendment is that to keep that bump out at its pre-existing shape and not making it flush, not making that the plane of the wall, and then the change in the
Yeah, so if we
limestone.
actually go back a few slides to where that we have the rendering from the 2019. So one more, I think. So you can see that the bump out, they have that tapered profile on that, which would slope back over the roof, and they kind of just brought that far north on there. What we're proposing now is to keep it the same shape as it is now, bringing it back up, and then introducing some of the tapered elements to the south and north face to replicate the piers, which are directly adjacent to it.
Okay. Commissioner Goldblum?
Okay, so you already did that. They already put in the new doorway, right?
Yes.
But they don't like the color.
No.
Are they going to replace the doorway?
Not to my knowledge, no, but the intent as well is for, if the section of Tuckahoe marble we are proposing to remove, is to salvage that and maintain that on site so that they, for any future repairs throughout the church, they can use that material. If they want to consider doing anything around the entranceway, that's not being considered at this point.
And forgive my ignorance. No. Tuckahoe marble is not available anymore?
No.
Okay. So does the proposed stone perform in a way that is similar to the Tuckahoe marble over time? Do we know that it's going to weather the same, stain the same, erode the same, react to acid?
Yeah. So on that note, there is, from our understanding, it will weather to somewhat replicate the golden hues that are present throughout the marble.
Okay. How about technically? Acid resistance, dirt absorption, water absorption. Is this, it's going to look great on year 1. Is it going to look great on year 10 or year 100?
Yes. So our understanding, the information that we received on the stone, it should be acting similar.
Okay. And it should age in a way that's similar to the way the Tuckahoe is going to age, so that it doesn't wind up looking like a sore thumb in 25
Correct.
years.
Yes.
Okay. The scale of the bush hammering didn't look exactly the same from the sample to the original. Is that adjustable?
I believe so. You mean,
looks like the lumps are bigger on the existing building
right?
Than the yeah.
Yes, that's something we can visit with the supplier.
Okay. And the plan is to clean the entire building so that we're starting with a kind of a even.
Yeah, during our last meeting with James, we had discussed with the church the possibility of having them power wash the facade so that everything looks accordingly.
And has that conversation resulted in a positive outcome?
Yeah, the church is looking forward to whatever they need to do.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions, Commissioner Holford Smith?
So the photos show that the west facade was clearly an original facade that was brick. Did you consider restoring the brick facade? Like, why are you proposing to cover that whole facade with limestone?
Yes. So originally, they had intended to just clad the front section of the facade, including the bump out, and then restoring the brick masonry throughout. Part of the reasoning for looking to clad the whole facade was the fact that they have no idea when the adjacent property is going to be developed, or if it's going to be developed in the near future. So they wanted to beautify this facade so that it looks in line with the primary facades and doesn't take away from any of the elements on the.
That was sort of the underlying idea behind the original approval, is that because this wall had been concealed by another building that has since been demolished, exposing this wall, and they had originally proposed treating the wall with limestone to give it a more finished look, since it would be exposed, at least in that project, it would be exposed forever. So at this point, they don't know when a building will be constructed there and how long it may be exposed. So they want to continue to finish that wall in a limestone, but they're showing a new sample for the limestone, and the detail at the front is how it meets the marble is a little different in that they're removing a section of a sort of fragment of marble at the front to tie the limestone into the marble facade, which was not a detail that had been contemplated in the original approval.
What was the existing condition? I mean, there were windows there. So there was space there.
Yeah,
but
I
was
think
that a
probably
brick
because of that
facade?
bump out. Yeah, it was, I'm sure it was a brick
Brick
facade,
facade.
and the previous building probably abutted the bump out. And that's why there were those windows, but they were behind a building essentially.
But when the building was built, probably there was nothing there, and it was an exposed facade with windows in it and clearly designed to be, and the wraps around you can see that the brick wraps around to the north facade as well. So cladding it is a kind of a foreign gesture right now to do that.
Yeah, although approved by the commission.
The understanding that facade actually being part of a public.
Yeah,
space,
a walkway even.
which may or may not be the
Be the
case.
case.
Moshe Saddam's thing does not happen, they may somehow go up together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it may be concealed by something. So
The question I have is that originally the building always distinguished its side facade as a different material than the main facade. And right now, the proposed limestone, which you said you could adjust the scale of the bush hammering on it.
Yes.
That's something you got to figure out. I don't, that may be challenging, honestly. Why does it? Is there really, it wants to feel like it's the front facade? It wants to match the look of the front facade? Is that the intent?
The intent is to match the primary
Match the front
facades,
facade.
yes, as best as we can. So as part of that as well, we'd be removing the railings along this west elevation as well, bringing the parapet height up to match some of the profiles on the primary elevations as well. There are some open designs over there. So what they are proposing is to clad it up and replicate the coping profile across. And then where the windows have been infilled to remove the protruding window sills, make everything nice and flush. The conduits will no longer be on this elevation as well. Given the fact that we are going to be building this up over an excavated site, we will be including relieving angles as well. So it will, for the time being, be a suspended system until the adjacent property is developed.
And the detail for the cladding is, how do you put the limestone on the brick?
So we're proposing, with the majority of the wall being the 2 foot by 1 foot stones, we're proposing to use a 2 foot, 2 inch, 2.5 inch stone, using stone anchors and relieving angles.
Here or
Mechanically,
They're going to be epoxy set into
epoxy set.
Yeah. Into
Okay, so you're
the
treating
brick
it
wall.
like one massive monolithic wall.
Yes.
No rain screen at all.
Yes.
Yes. And so the proposal is also questioning the detail of how this newer material wraps around the front facade.
Yes. So
Go
that
to that slide just for a second. I just want to understand what the proposal is. The slide that shows that. Yeah, right.
Okay, so part of the reasoning for removing that section of Tuckahoe marble in the front, the section that's highlighted in orange, is to avoid something like an expansion joint. You don't want the two materials to abut each other. We want them to be a clean transition, which is why we want to bring it in behind the gutter system, the downspout, so that when we do have that clean break between the limestone and the marble, it's concealed and it looks like it better blends in the materials.
It's interesting because they specifically did a coining detail to show that it was changing its materiality to the side. I like those little details where they change the material,
Yeah,
but it would be covering that, hiding the transition just behind a gutter right on the corner. And that point is where you start to question the color match, all those kinds of things, which, originally was never intended to match.
Mhm.
Okay.
So,
And the volume is raised all the way up now to the top, eliminating the slope portion that was previously lower down.
Yes, so the top portion of it is going to be a roof level that is pitched inward through a scupper, which is going to be draining into that downspout as well. The tapered elements are going to be transitioned from this on the south and the north elevation to replicate the piers directly adjacent to it, where it's going to have a slight step back.
And then on this building, if you're on Fifth Avenue, to the north, there is an exposed north elevation, right? There's sort of a passageway that takes you
Partially
back.
exposed north elevation.
And what material is that?
There's that's the same material as the primary elevation. It's the Tuckahoe marble.
It's the marble, and it has buttresses, I believe, as
Yes.
well, right? Okay, so
And then there is, I believe, a two-story nunnery on that side as
in
well.
the back,
Yeah.
right? So there's sort of a passage between this building and the next building that you walk down to a two-story building back.
It's
and that
about
exposed
a
north
third.
wall is
It goes
marble.
back about a third of the way of the length of the building.
Okay. All right, other questions? Okay, let's move to public testimony. Is there, I will note for the record, there is nobody in our hearing room at this time, so I will turn it over to Gregory to take us through any remote participants.
Right. Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received one sign up in advance for this item, that being John Graham from the Victorian Society. So John Graham, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The Victorian Society notes that the 10-year-old hole in the ground to the west of Marble Collegiate Church was the site of the wonderful Bancroft Building, which the Landmarks Commission failed to designate. And for this loss, we are now to get an open plaza exposing the west wall of the church instead of a significant historic building that was an excellent architectural companion to the church. The floor area from this plaza, along with development rights transferred from the church, will go towards increasing the height and bulk of a new tower. We'll also note that the Commission approved the transfer of development rights. When the Commission approved the transfer of development rights, it approved a much different facade for the west side of the church. The new facade was to be fully developed in the Romanesque Gothic Revival style, as seen in the illustration attached to our written testimony. The required finding of harmonious relationship was, we must assume, based on the Moshe Safdie design for the new tower and the fully developed west church wall. Does the current proposal to construct a different tower and a blank limestone wall nullify the Section 7479 transfer of development rights approval? In the current proposal, the Victorian Society supports rebuilding the small tower, which projects from the southwest corner of the Marble Collegiate Church. As there weren't many dimensions on the drawings, the applicant should confirm that the new tower will match the dimensions of the original. The Ludders limestone cladding and replication of the historic band coursing which wrap this small projection are appropriate to the restoration of this feature. However, we do not support recladding the rest of the west wall in more limestone. The existing cladding on this west wall appears to be whitewashed red brick. It can be seen in the 2 Google Earth photos we've supplied with our testimony and in 2 photographs on board 2. The original window openings, which are blocked up but still visible, prove that this was not a demising wall. It was the sort of typical secondary facade which you find on many historic buildings. There's a photo of the original coins on board 4, which shows the architect, Samuel Warner, tied the stone cladding into the brick cladding at the southwest corner of the building. The new stone cladding will obliterate the original window pattern and conceal the original cladding material. Unlike the previous approval, the previously approved fully developed facade, we think this blank limestone wall will look like an attempt to cover up something to improve, something dirty, the view from the new plaza. We strongly urge the Commission to require retention of the brick cladding as the visible surface of the west facade. We support cleaning and repointing the wall as required to maintain the building in a weathertight condition. And finally, I'll note that Tuckahoe marble is a very soft stone, as can be seen at the Tweed Courthouse right outside the municipal building. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. We also have the historic Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I will be promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC appreciates that this recladding may be done thoughtfully, but we wonder whether it is necessary. The presentation notes that the demolition of the adjacent property exposed the red common brick west elevation of the Marble Collegiate Church. We note that what has been revealed appears to be a beautiful common brick wall, obviously laid out by a master mason. This wall once had window openings, so it was built to be a visible part of the church. Though not a showpiece like the front facade, this more modest secondary brick facade is beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised in the meeting, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 5 recommends denial unless the applicant, Marble Collegiate Church, modifies the proposal to retain and replace the existing Tuckahoe marble after completing alterations or replace it with marble of a similar kind. And I will bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to any of the comments.
No, I think we covered everything. Like I said, we did look both internationally and domestically for materials, and what we are presenting as a suitable match, the Luder's limestone, in our opinion, is the best match to what we were able to find.
All right. And that brick has a sort of a white something smeared on it. I don't know if that's parging or if it's just paint. And do you know what it is? And has anyone explored removing it?
From the looks of it, it looks to be painted, honestly. But I mean, this is directly across the street from my office, so I stare at this every day. We haven't been able to get hands on to it, obviously, because the excavated site next door.
Okay, right. All right. And yes, Commissioner Ginsburg.
Did you look, is the existing brick on this wall in decent enough condition to leave exposed?
It's in fair condition. There is some spalling observed throughout. The pointing is definitely needs to be fixed up if it was to be left exposed. And they are dealing with some leaking issues as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's make a motion to close the hearing. Commissioner Chen, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second that motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing's closed and we'll begin our discussion. And this is really sort of an amendment to prior approvals at this building, which included applications to clad this side wall in a different limestone, understanding that it would be done in the context of a new building next door that would keep that exposed wall exposed and revealed. That was also done in the context of, as we've heard, 74, the special permit for the transfer of development rights under section 7479. And so with our, higher standards of restoration work, we still found this limestone cladding to be appropriate. So the applicants are back today to ask for a different limestone. And of course, as we've discussed, this also involves really detailing how it meets the front and how it addresses the former stair bump out. And so because it really is kind of a new approach to dealing with the limestone, we're looking at it again. We'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Holford Smith, would you like to start this one?
Yes, thanks. I realize that the Tuckahoe marble is no longer available, unfortunately. And I know that the St. Patrick's recently did the entrances using a Georgia marble as well. And looking at the photos, it doesn't really match, but is not really a good substitute for Tuckahoe at this point. It is a very soft stone that weathers and it turns a sort of, rusty, goldy color. The Loiter's looks pretty similar, but it won't weather the same. It's going to be a much stronger stone. But that being said, my bigger concern about this application is the concept of recladding this entire facade in a field of limestone, which I don't think would have really ever been the case for a church like this. It wouldn't have been an unrelieved field of stone. It would have had some kind of articulation to it. But looking at the photographs, obviously it was originally a brick facade. The coining at the corner is evidence of that. And you can see that it wraps the corner. I know that the marble does turn along the north facade, but at some point it's brick at the back at the north. So I feel that a much more appropriate approach would be to restore the brick facade at this location.
Okay. Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah. I think in that same camp, while I can appreciate, the church's wish to have it, it's more attractive while there's no building. The likelihood there will be no building there forever, it seems to me unlikely. And also, this is the existing secondary facade, and it's not in terrible condition. It could be, I'm most concerned, I guess, about the health of the building. And I do think that, if the brick is not in poor condition, that it will do quite well as long as it's taken care of. And if they want to do the corner there to, turn the round there with the cladding, I think that's fine. So I would kind of go for that alternative, which is, taking recladding the corner there, but, having the secondary facade remain as it is and just have it restored. And obviously, and as far as the spire, which I think is also included in our review, or no, they're talking about doing some additional work, right? As well as just or no?
There's not doing any work on the spire, correct? No.
Oh, okay, fine. Mark didn't comment earlier on the issue about, well, I guess I'm on that camp, so it doesn't matter. It's the legality and so forth. But I think that's where I'm at, that I think the restoration of most of the wall would be the most appropriate at this point, rather than getting into cladding.
Okay.
So commissioners, I think given the two prior approvals for recladding this, I think it's really important for you to articulate why, in this case, you feel that's not the right answer.
And also just mark a question.
If you feel it.
To the extent that those approvals are still good and not expired, the applicant could still do a limestone clad wall without the details that they're proposing today. To the extent that it wasn't, that's why I'm not sure if the 2019 one.
Yeah, I think I'm not 100% sure actually of how the exact scope of work, because it may have just been for half the wall. And so I think it's complicated. We'll have to check that.
Yeah. So.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Okay. I agree with Anne and Diana. I think that from a historical preservation perspective, this facade was original, it's original material, and it was clearly exposed at the time of construction. Otherwise, they wouldn't put windows in it. It's very unusual to have a client who's especially a church client who's eager to spend lots of money on a blank wall. It's pretty nice. It's a nice thing. I think that I worry very much about the long-term appearance of such a limestone wall. And address Mark's concern, A, I think I voted against it back then, but B, I think the rationale at the time was that the plaza or court that was being created by the Safdie design was going to was going to turn this into an active front facade for the building. And I don't think there's any way for the church or anybody else to know what's going to happen on that site, so that the kind of reprogramming of that facade was what I believe drove the argument to reclad it. And without that reprogramming, I think the recladding becomes a kind of modification to the original historical artifact that would not be supportable from a preservation perspective. I think that the cladding of that box at the bottom with stone is okay for me, because it kind of, I don't know if it was original or not, but I think that it could be, it could be clad with the stone and kind of returned into the brick. But I think that the upper portion where the waterproofing is should be removed. The original toothing of the stone should be exposed, because, I mean, even if there's an aesthetic argument for having the stone to return, 25 years, if it's going to look different, I think it's a terrible mishmash. You're going to have the Georgia stuff on the entry, and then product number 3 on the side. It's going to be a train wreck. It's just going to be bad practice. I think that the applicant, if they have the cash to do the limestone, they should invest in some spandrel windows, some beautiful wood spandrel windows that could go in the openings, and that would make this facade, if not as attractive as the front facade, certainly a whole lot more attractive than it is today. Cleaning the brick, repointing the brick, repairing the brick, replacing the brick as necessary, and making this look like a very nice, very well cared for secondary facade.
And Commissioner Goldblum, can you just, I want to make sure I understood when you were talking about recladding the bump out.
Yeah.
But not tying it into the front?
Well, I think that if you did the bump out, you'd have to tie it into the front for that portion. There'd be no choice to it. But
only the lower portion.
Right. And I think that I would rely on staff for that. If they exposed waterproofing and saw that the intersection was historic and preservable and restorable in such a way that the turning of the corner recalled sufficiently the original architect's condition, which was intended as a finished corner, then I think it need not be reclad per se. I'm kind of reacting to what I see, which is a bunch of bituthine on the side of a box.
Okay. All right. And I think Commissioner Holford Smith, you also talked about turning that corner, right?
Yeah. It's an important feature of the secondary facade. You see the coining of the marble against the brick. So at the lower portion where it bumps out, it is all stone. So in that case, you could clad that bump out with the loiters in, 3 facades and have it die into the stucco as they plan to, but then above that, keep the brick facade.
Okay, great. Commissioner Ginsburg.
I agree with my fellow commissioners, keep and restore the brick and then work with staff on the bump out and figuring out what can be done given the existing condition.
Okay, Commissioner Chen.
I agree with the comments. My only, I guess the question remains, and I think no one knows the answer today, is really about the future of this other site that we approved, right? So if Moshe Safdie's proposal is still going forward, then that facade becomes a very important facade. And so I think for now, I think what the commissioners are proposing are correct. But I think that the question remains, when the time comes, do we go back to the original proposal?
Okay, Vice Chair Bland.
I'm missing the Moshe Softy design, but I think that I hope that we approve the new siding based on the fact that that was going to be a kind of a public place. And now that we don't know what it's going to be, I think the answer that seems to be coming around the table to me now is keep the brick, restore it, and wait and see what the future holds. If in fact the Softy plan is still viable and approvable because of its time limitations, et cetera, then I guess we would allow that to continue to happen as well. But if that doesn't happen, then I think the keep and restore is what we should be doing.
Okay. Commissioner Chu.
Yes, I agree with all my fellow commissioners' comments. I strongly believe that at this point in time, keeping the existing fabric visible is the desired approach. The secondary facade being built with brick material, I think the detailing and everything speak to that as a secondary facade. Cladding it with what would be a front facade stone, to me, is not consistent with the building design at all, because in some ways I wonder if the new stone would highlight it more than the principal facade in terms of just tonality and flatness. It was a bit of a concern there. So I support my fellow commissioners in an approach to keep and restore the brick. In terms of the corner bump out, I tend to feel once again that the third material just doesn't want to be there at all. I feel like the third material just introduces undue attention drawn upon itself. And if we can do the cladding of the bump out in brick and leave only the stone where it is historically stone on the front facade, then you keep the transition to the coining, and all the original detail corner could stay.
Okay. And Commissioner Jefferson.
I agree on the secondary facade issue of brick. I'm not quite sure about the corner bump out. I don't know how to handle that. I think the way the corner is now is beautifully done. So I'm not sure I should keep it or not. So I'm kind of vague on that issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I think there's, as presented today, no support for the limestone cladding and a clear preference for a restoration of the existing conditions on the side facade. I think there's a question about where there is some cladding on the bump out. Some commissioners think that it might be okay to reclad. Others think that it should be only stone where stone exists. And I just wonder if that solution couldn't be resolved at staff level anyway, and we wouldn't necessarily need to approve that bump out solution right now, right? So I think what we will do is you'll ask you to work with the staff under our restoration rules to address that bump out, and then to work on a plan that restores the brick facade. And should other information come forward or news about the adjacent development, you're welcome to come back to us. Okay. All right. Thanks very much. So that concludes our day. Thank you all. It was longer than expected, but still an early day. I know you're all hungry, so I really do appreciate your hard work and dedication. And we'll see everybody on October 17th. There's no public hearing next week. All right. Thank you.